I'll just wait for you to point to me. Good morning. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the January 27th meeting. I'm Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call this meeting to order at 10:05 a.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Jim Hayden and Phil Goodwin, who are present in the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating remotely include Chris Barth, Jessica Heineman, Krista Lineberger, Jill Walker, and PJ Henningsen, who will be joining us at 11. Also present are Christy Harpst, Cindy Kohanic, Candace Leidy, Thomas Powers, Jill Sanchez-Myers, Linda Keish, and Candy Thomas. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. Ask for your patience today as we proceed. There might be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of the city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be reviewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be followed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design guidelines. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All right, let's get started.
Okay, our first application is 1901 South Mint Street, and it was continued from the November meeting. David and Mark, are you with us? David Wales?
Yes, I'm here. Did you?
Hi. Okay, there we go. We got you now.
Sorry, I said something before. Not sure why it didn't go through.
David, are you sworn in?
I am.
Okay. I'm just going to immediately turn the presentation over to you, and you can get started as soon as you state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Okay, my name is David Wales. Address is 400 Roselawn Place, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28211. Yeah. Okay. So anyways, this project is a continuation from an earlier meeting. The project consists of a revised front portico, a master suite addition in the back with a deck, and a two-story accessory dwelling unit at the rear of the property, as shown in the site plan here. The main comments from the previous meeting, if you could go to the next slide. The first one was that the stylistic expression of the front of the house was not, there had been more of a craftsman portico, and that that didn't meet the original stylistic expression of the home, which one of the HDC members had mentioned was more of a colonial style. As you can see, we've revised that front portico to be more in the original style with a little bit of added detail at the columns. Still very simple, but much more in keeping with the original design. The portico has been widened, and there is we have removed the shutters off the front elevation, which were not original shutters. They were just plastic manufactured shutters. And we are keeping the scalloped trim, which is right below the eaves of the roof. So let's see the next, if you go to the next slide. Let's see here. The main change here was the windows. Originally we had, I think there was some questioning about the SDL configuration on the majority of the windows around the house. Again, here we're removing the sunroom. If you go to the next slide. Here, these are all the original windows which are to remain. One of the other comments that was made had to do with the, I guess there was some conflicting notes. One saying that the chimney was to be removed, while another one said the chimney was to remain. And there have been notes added to the slides that the chimney is to remain. We have never intended to remove that. The window on the corner of the addition was updated to reflect the original proportions and SDL configuration of the original house. Previously, there was a pair of windows there, and now we've basically replicated the existing window. Next slide. Again, just kind of a window update. These windows, the SDL configuration was adjusted to meet the original proportion of those on the original, as well as the corner window there on the back of the addition. Again, the existing chimney to remain note is added, and the existing windows are to remain. So let's see. The only other note, if you could go back to the front elevation, there was a comment about the gutters and them being on the front of the house. It is my professional opinion that to move these to the side of the house and have kind of a circuitous elbow downspout to get over to the side would be, I guess, I don't know if less historically accurate is the word, but it would just, I think it would be more, it would draw more attention to it than just having the straight downspouts on the corners. And so we have kept them on the locations that we had them originally, as we think that it would just be something that would draw attention to it as not being original. And if we go, go to the ADU. The windows here have also been updated to reflect the proportions and STL configuration. As you can see, the entrance has been moved to the front of the house now, and is kind of designed in the same colonial style to reflect the portico on the front of the house. The roof the two roof systems were completely separated originally, with the lower roof slope. The ridge lines did not meet like they do now. We have lowered the overall roof height, even though there was a question about whether the ADU was taller in height than the original house and how that lined up. And you'll see in a future slide how the two correlate. But we did combine this to give it more of a dormer language rather than two separate roof systems for the second floor. And then over on the south elevation, there had been a comment about the second floor window being too close to the corner. And so we shifted that over to give it a little more space. Next slide. Again, here you can kind of see the roof systems and the combined more dormer aesthetic. And let's see, just the side view of that portico. Next slide. Here you can see the apex of the original home versus the level of the accessory dwelling unit is about a 1.5 foot difference. There is a significant amount of drop off as you go across the site. And then the bottom two, the 3D views, one showing it from the corner at Mint Street, and just showing that it is not, that it does kind of seem, or the ADU is subsidiary to the original home. And then one along Worthington there, West Worthington, showing its relationship to the back of the addition. Next slide, and then the rest of them were just the window details, and I think that's it. I think that addressed everything that was mentioned in the. Oh, there has been a note saying that it will be the Hardie artisan shiplap. Originally, it just said, or not shiplap, but the artisan lap siding, not just standard Hardie siding.
Okay, thank you so much, David. Is there anyone here to speak on the phone to speak for or against this application? Nope. All right. Commissioners, questions of David?
I just have a question, David. Made a lot of changes. Very good. So this is kind of an unusual proposal in that fundamentally what's happening is there is an ADU that sits on a different street, that being Worthington. And I'm assuming that you are following the streetscape in terms of the setback of that home. I realize that you are across the street and adjacent to all non-historic structures. So there's that. But I just want to...
Sorry, Joe. The next property down from the ADU is actually a multi-family property.
I'm sorry. Somebody on HDC needs to mute because it's hard to hear you. There, great, thanks.
Okay. Yeah. No, so if you could continue going down West Worthington Avenue, the next property down is actually a multi-family property, and so it's a little bit of a I guess a different relationship between the building and the street. There isn't any other, at least not close by, single family residences along that road,
Right, so
on that block.
the front of your ADU sits right at your property line. That's correct?
If you go back to the, let me see. Hold on. So the front stoop sits about 5 feet off of the setback. So let me see.
And then where you say the property line is, I've driven past a couple of times. Is that where
Yes.
the grass actually meets with the street? Is that where the property line is?
No. The property line. Hold on. Let me see if I have a picture of it, so I can tell you exactly. Hold on. So there is, let me see, it's hard to tell from here. I believe the property line follows, there's a continuous sidewalk along West Worthington. And I'm pretty sure that the property line follows along the outside face of the sidewalk.
I didn't see a sidewalk. But you,
It's further down. There's not sidewalk actually on this property,
or
but if
where it would
you were
be.
to extend that line down towards this property, yeah, there is not sidewalk directly in front of this portion of the property though.
So the property line ends somewhere within that where the grass meets the street, I guess, where you would imagine a sidewalk might someday.
Correct.
Okay, then that's not for us. I guess that's probably more zoning. Did you have any kind of a tree replacement plan? I noticed there was a large oak in the rear, and then it looks like there's a tree along the side, the Worthington side of the property that are removed in your plans.
Yes, the tree in the back would be being replaced. I don't think we indicated, so that's something we would need to add to the plan where it's being replaced. But yes, we would anticipate adding a number of additional full-size trees back.
And then I guess my only other question is, looking at your proposed site plan, trying to figure out how does that driveway integrate with the property? How does a car get to it?
To the ADU or to the main house?
Driveway you have drawn there?
So I have a driveway, I have a 12-foot driveway along Mint Street. And then there is a 10-foot public alleyway between the two, between that and the multifamily property further down Worthington. And then the 10-foot driveway would extend all the way out to the road with a standard apron.
So you would put an apron on Worthington?
Yes, correct.
Okay. For me.
Thanks, Jill. Krista?
Yeah, I wanted to review the November application. I don't know if we can pull that up. And what I wanted to look at was the windows and ask about are the windows on the sides, the three sides that we addressed, that fenestration, it seemed like there were some that we were comfortable with in the November application, but yet then changed to this one. And I just wanted to have you speak to that if you could.
Well, I think the main discussion as far as the proportion was, the ones here on the new elevation was in relation to the SDL configuration, which was updated. The size is the same, and actually the one that's the closest to the existing house shifted over a little bit more of a buffer between the existing and the new window. If you go to the next slide, these yes, these ones, so you can see the double window there, which were considered to not be obviously in the same proportion as the original windows, and was replaced with a window to match the other windows on that elevation. And then on the rear elevation, these again, it was commented that the proportion of these was out of character with the originals, and so we did switch those to a more horizontal window, which is different from the originals, but kept the SDL configuration proportion the same, and that was more of a move on making the actual room, I guess, a little bit more usable by having the windows, the higher awning style windows.
So this, what we're looking at now is the November
Correct.
elevation. Can we flip back now to the current proposed? Thanks, Christy. Okay.
Yeah, and again, these were again, this is more kind of a change from from a functional perspective, since it was commented that that the proportion and SDL configuration on the previous submittal was not acceptable, if you will. We just went ahead and changed both, obviously, the style of window, but but by including the SDL configuration to match the existing.
Okay.
All right, Krista, thank you so much. Any other questions of the applicant? Jessica?
Hi, thanks. Mr. Wills, you've been really attentive to our comments from last time. I thank you for that. Christy, could you hop over to the left elevation, please? Much in the same regard as Commissioner Lineberger's comments, I just want to have a quick conversation about the two shorter windows on the proposed left elevation. I actually appreciate the attention to our comments about the proportion of the SDLs and their configuration, and I'm wondering if you might consider changing these 4/4 double hungs to an awning or a casement, so that the integrity of the sash proportion is consistent.
Yeah, I don't think that would be a problem.
Okay, awesome. And then Christy, could I hop over to the accessory dwelling unit and the elevation that has the single window? Yes, the previous slide, 17. Similar comment for the single window on the rear elevation here, because in the effort to honor the matching SDL configuration, I think the SDLs have just gotten really tight on this one.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if you would be open to a fixed light casement so that the SDLs can proportion to the old historic windows, but not necessarily get quite so tight on you.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think that makes sense.
Okay, and then I want to jump back to Commissioner Walker's questions about the orientation of the ADU and the driveway access. I think that was really insightful, and I think this is a bit of a unique site and context condition, which will make it interesting, I think, for when we close for deliberation, because obviously the city of Charlotte is changing their approach towards ADUs, and this is a site condition that is right up against, you know, the multifamily at Wilmore Walk, and the massing of it transitions kind of nicely to Wilmore Walk. It now presents as a small house since it has a front porch and a dedicated driveway, and that is not something I had considered before until we saw the revisions, and I'll be I'm intrigued to see our discussion on that. But I think the unique site conditions may support that in a lot of ways. I'm wondering whether you might consider using the alley as the access instead of a dedicated driveway, so that it still reads as, you know, holistically a part of this property and a secondary unit to this property rather than a separate piece of property. Does that make sense?
That does, and maybe just providing kind of like a parking pad, if you will, so that they could park off of the alleyway, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot speak for the entire commission, but if you would consider doing that, that would go a long way for me in mediating the two conditions of the multifamily next to it, but also wanting it to obviously be a part of this site.
Okay. Yeah. No, I think that.
Okay. And then my only other comment, and staff would have brought this up, is that same slide 12, adding a landscaping screen in front of the air handling units.
Okay, even though it's not really visible from the street?
I'll just let staff handle it. They've always required it on every project that I've ever been a part of. I'll just kick that back to staff.
Okay, that's no problem.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Jessica. Any other questions or comments? So we have someone on the line. Okay. Caller? Okay, so we have someone on the. Hello, caller. Are you calling in about 1901 South Mint Street? If you've called in, if you would please speak up. We have one caller on the line. So it's you. I'm sorry. Are you calling about 1901 South Mint Street?
You're gonna have to turn it all on.
Caller on the line. Are you there? Hello,
Yes.
hello. Yes, hi. Are you calling about 1901 South Mint Street?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Did you want to speak for or against this application?
Just had a question.
Okay, please feel free to ask.
Is the height of an ADU measured relative to the other building? Like if the land goes down in the back, then you can have a higher ADU. But if the land goes up in the back, then you can't have an ADU at all, or the ADU is smaller?
Just a moment, caller. All right, caller, I'm sorry. I guess you were not on the phone when I went over the directions. Why don't we first swear you in, because I'm assuming you have not been sworn in. Caller, I'm trying to get you on record here. So if you would, please let me know if you've been sworn in.
Commissioner Parati, we lost that caller.
Okay, all right. Well, then we'll move forward.
So members of the board, I would actually caution that any information that was provided by the last caller, being that they were not actually sworn in, should not be considered as part of your deliberation process in this instance. If the caller does actually rejoin this meeting and is sworn in, you may then consider their information at that time.
Thanks, Thomas. Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes, I wanted to ask about the ADU, the roof configuration. We had discussed this, I thought, or addressed this in our comments. And I just wanted to ask about that ridge line and those dormers being more in alignment. I felt like we really communicated that the ridge should be proud of the dormers. And I've just wanted to ask about that and if that was addressed.
Well, the original had them completely separate, and the separate the roof was, of the second floor was a good 1 to 2 feet higher than the lower level roof. So they were two complete roof systems, if you will, and it was the request. Per the continuation letter was that it reads more as a dormer, and it was suggested during that meeting that the upper roof level was lowered to combine the ridge lines. There was never a mention that I remember of lowering it any further than that. It may have been. I don't know. I thought we addressed this exactly as it was requested.
Okay, well, we'll certainly discuss that, I think, in our deliberation, but
Yeah.
it's definitely an improvement. I feel like you did address it. I'm just not sure if it went far enough, but I'm curious to hear what others think.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Lineberger. Did the caller call back? Okay. All right, so barring any additional questions, Phil?
Yeah, this is Phil Goodwin. I noticed there are quite a few large trees at the left property line, and of course, those are all going to be at risk. I see that you removed the largest one along the property line, and you talked about that earlier, that you would be replacing one. There's also one directly in front of the ADU. It's very, very close. I don't know if that one's going to be able to withstand the construction damage. And then the rest of them, with all the construction going on, would it be appropriate to have some kind of tree protection plan for those remaining trees?
Well, I believe the owner, and I don't know that Mark has had an arborist out as of yet, but the four along the street there, along Worthington, are in pretty bad shape. We're, I guess, going to try to remove the vines and whatnot that are covering them right now, and attempt to save them. But the largest one that is shown removed appears to be dead. And then, obviously, we'll have a letter from the certified arborist for any of them that are unsavable, if you will. But I don't know that the one that's closest to the building is quite small and has a very minimal drip line, and I don't know that it will be greatly at risk. In my experience, usually if you can stay well out of that drip line and are cautious during construction, you can usually prevent much damage to those trees.
Okay, thank you, David. Any other questions? All right, let's close for deliberation. All right, why don't we look at the notes we made last time and take it from the top down. So let's start with the addition design. Commissioner Barth, any thoughts on the changes that have been made?
Besides some of the comments that I think Jessica and others have brought up about the window sash proportions, as well as the operation type, I think, in my opinion at least, they've answered most of our questions, and with the exception of a few window tweaks, I think we should be pretty close here.
Okay. Jessica Hyman, your thoughts about whether or not they've responded to the addition requests we've made?
Yeah, I 100% agree with Commissioners Lineberger and Barth that with the exception of the window comment, this feels totally responsive to the comments that we had last month.
And you've already stated what you think that the window changes should be. So why don't we jump to that and have a little discussion about that? So I think you and Krista had some insightful things to share with David. You want to restate those for us?
For me, it is the left elevation, and then I will kick it back over to Krista. But Christy, could you go to the left elevation? That is slide 16, and it's in the proposed. There are two 4/4 double hung windows that to retain the integrity of the SDL proportion reading. It would be great if those could be awnings or casements that matched the top sash of the historic windows.
Okay. Krista, what are your thoughts on that?
I agree on that side elevation for sure. And it sounded like the applicant is willing to adjust those so that they do align with the rest of the windows on that elevation.
Sure. You had some concerns about the rear.
Yes.
As well as the ADU. Why don't we talk about those?
Yes, if we could go back to the rear elevation. I guess I was a little bit surprised to see this change because I felt like the November application was very close with the two windows that were consistent with the rest of the house. We were just talking about the configuration. And so I was a little bit surprised to see that this is a totally different window, that it was such a dramatic change. I think this is less in line with what we were looking for than the November application.
Okay.
So I would like to see it go back to the November configuration if we could.
And what about the ADU, Krista? The rear. You and Jessica mentioned that one, I believe.
I didn't mention the window, but I'm in total agreement with Commissioner Hyman on that one.
Okay. Let's get some more people in here on the windows. Commissioner Barth?
Yeah, just piggybacking on what I believe Krista said previously about the dormers on the ADU. Previously, our comment was relating to the unaligned, from the previous submission by the applicant, the unaligned ridges between the two sheds, which were pushed up in the main roof line, and which were brought down by the applicant, which I appreciate. But typically in a dormer condition, we would like to see a shed dormer condition. Excuse me. We would like to see the spring line of that shed dormer to start just below the main ridge line.
Okay. All right. So we're on to the ADU, and we're looking at the ridge lines of the shed dormer in comparison to the whole unit. So any other thoughts, commissioners, on what Commissioner Barth just brought up? Commissioner Heineman?
Oh, I'll just, reiterate what Commissioner Barth just said. I think that's exactly correct. And I think the intention of it is that the dormer is a separate unit that appears secondary to the primary roof form instead of a hinged roof piece. With regard to the ADU, I'm wondering if Christy can bring up Google Street View and if we can ride up and down West Worthington for a second, because obviously the adjacent property is not in the historic district, but I think it does. This is the view, yes. I think it does inform this ADU. I think the site is unique in that regard. And I was surprised to see the ADU with the porch oriented to the front. But when I look at it in this context, that feels very appropriate to me.
I felt the same way that you did when I saw the revised ADU, and I know that they're supposed to be secondary. I'm looking for it. I can't find it right now in the guidelines, but I'm assuming that that's not just in terms of height, but function, right? So, because it appears to be a little house. Crystal Lineberger, what are your thoughts about the ADU and the orientation and the function of it?
I agree. I'm struggling with this. I'll be really honest, because I agree that it certainly context-wise really relates to the Wilmore Walk adjacent, even though they are not in the historic district. But it does appear to be a second house on the property. So I struggle with it. I like the context of it, but I don't believe that it is secondary to the main structure. I still feel like it dominates the main structure in a way as well. So,
anyone else have that concern? Commissioner Walker?
I do not. I think this is a very, very unique piece of property in a situation that is an extreme challenge. The main house is very petite. And so the owners, I think, have done what I feel is a very creative way to deal with this property in the location that it is, in a way that I feel is representative of some respect for the original structure. And I don't struggle with it at all. I'm comfortable with it.
Well, let's pick up on a point that you made or you brought up, Commissioner Walker. We talked about the orientation or the driveways. How do you feel about the current plans for the two driveways?
I think that they answered that by saying they were going to have access to that 10-foot driveway via the alley, as opposed to creating a skirt on Worthington. And if in fact that's done, then I think that prevents that tiny house from literally being a house on the street, more of an accessory unit instead.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Walker. Any other comments about the ADU and the changes that have been made before we move on? Commissioner Heineman?
I'm in agreement with Commissioner Walker about this. Obviously from Google Street View, we can tell that alley has been abandoned, but I think the reality is it is a dedicated public alley on the survey, and if the access to the parking pad is via the public alley and the parking pad is pushed towards the rear of the lot, I think that is a successful move in this reading, as not as much of a tiny house. And I do think it's a unique site condition, right? We have a diminutive American small house that the applicant is being very respectful of retaining the integrity of, and a lot that has a lot of slope and is transitioning to a multifamily condition. So with the change to the driveway using the alley access to a rear parking pad. I feel comfortable with this.
All right, perfect. The next point, the chimney, is to remain. So let's move on to the gutters and downspouts. I don't recall who made the original comment about the, oh, okay.
TJ made the original comment and he said, I understand there might be issues with the way the drainage is and the way the house sits. Consider it, see if you can do it, and come back and tell us what you found.
Perfect. Thanks, Christy. Anyone have any concerns about the gutters and downspouts? Are we free to move on? All right. So, and then the siding was something that was addressed by David. So any questions or comments about those? Well, it sounds like the applicant has been very responsive to our conditions, our requests, and both in November and today. So I'm going to throw it to Krista or Jessica to try and craft a motion because you all were so involved with the conversation early on.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Is that Jill Walker?
That's correct.
All right. Okay. Sorry, Jill, you were also very active. Please make your motion.
That's okay. Don't take it personally. I would like to make a motion to approve this application with the following provisions. That the trim on the windows, doors, and corner boards be wood, not hardy plank or anything else. That the applicant reconfigure access to the driveway utilizing the alley rather than the Worthington side of the property entrance. That the applicant provide a tree protection plan and a tree replacement plan. And that the applicant change the proportions of the windows on the house addition to align with the proportion on the main house and change the proportion of the rear windows as specified on the ADU. And I might need more specificity if that's required. And I would like to also say that I think all of these provisions can be approved by staff.
Do you want to add something about the shed dormer, Commissioner Walker?
I would like to defer to Jessica or Chris or anyone else that would like to specify that.
Any friendly amendments, commissioners? Commissioner Barth?
Friendly amendment to move the bearing line of the shed dormer at the ridge down 12 inches from the ridge line to be approved by staff.
Chris?
I probably could have said it better, but to move, amendment to move start line of shed down from ridge at a minimum of 12 inches. And this amendment can be approved by staff as well. And then I believe Jessica might be able to speak in more detail with the windows as she has before.
Jessica?
Kim, Christy, is it permissible to just reference the discussion for the windows? I can spell it out if need be, but.
Given that you've had conflicting discussion, especially about the rear, I would like it spelled out, please.
Thank you, that makes sense. For me, it is the left elevation. I think that's 16, slide 16.
Yes, thank you.
That the two proposed 4/4 double hung windows be changed to an awning or a casement to coordinate with the historic top sashes. And the other one for me, sorry, I'm trying to go slow because I know Jill's writing it down, is the rear elevation of the ADU.
Sorry.
Top sashes. So that it's like half of the old window. And the other one is on the rear elevation of the ADU, that the applicant consider a casement or an awning window in this location to coordinate with the proportion of the SDLs on the other windows, so that the SDL is not so tight. And I totally believe staff can approve that. And I'm going to kick it over to Krista for the rear elevation, because I'm not sure that I have any issue with the rear elevation, but I'll support her comments on that.
I might be the only one, so I didn't hear anyone else really have an issue with that other than me. So I don't know that, does anyone else have an issue with those windows and that configuration?
I know it's different, but I don't have an issue with it. Jim, Phil?
I don't.
I thought that they coordinated better in the November presentation. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you for speaking up, Krista. It sounds like maybe we keep the motion without it.
Okay, that's fine.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Jill, do you want to restate the motion, please?
Okay, this perhaps might be one of the longest motions for one of the most petite homes that we've done, but I'll proceed. I would like to make a motion to approve this application with the following provisions: that the house's that the applicant trim the windows, doors, and corner boards with wood, that the following window proportions be changed. On the main house, the left elevation where there are two 4/4 double hung windows, that they be changed to awning or casement to coordinate with the historic top sashes. And that on the ADU, on the rear, that the applicant consider casement or awning to coordinate with the proportion of the SDLs on the other windows. That the applicant reconfigure access to driveway utilizing the alley rather than the Worthington side of property entrance. The applicant provide both a tree replacement plan and a tree protection plan. And that the applicant also move the bearing line of the shed dormer down from the ridge a minimum of 12 inches.
Great job, Commissioner Walker.
Staff approval.
Thank you so much.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Commissioner Heineman.
Sorry, Jill, I would love to add one last friendly amendment. Could we reference the unique characteristics of the site?
Good point.
For the ADU approval? That it is the transition to non-historic multifamily, that there is slope on the site, and that the ADU contributes to preserving the integrity of the historic small house.
All right.
Thank you.
You want me to read that? Please say no.
No. No. Commissioner Hayden?
Accept.
Accepted. So we have the motion made by Commissioner Walker, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. No further discussion of the motion? Let's vote. Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, motion passes 7-0. Thanks, David. Thanks for your patience. All right, let's move on to the next one.
Hey, brief announcement, the next application, 628 Woodruff Place, has deferred. So we are moving right along to case number 3, which is 1628 Wilmore Drive. As soon as I can get there. Okay, 1628 Wilmore Drive is an addition to the primary structure and the construction of a new one-story accessory structure. At this point, I'm going to leave it at that and just turn it right over to the applicant, Ashley Jimenez. Ashley, are you with us?
So the challenge with that is the overhang wants to be off of wherever that post is, and then
Ashley, hello?
so here's what I was previously recommending.
Ashley,
Stop
you
this,
are-
stop that.
Ashley, you are live
for
with
that
the Historic
matter-
District Commission.
Okay. I was thinking if we do this,
Candace, please mute. Ashley, are you with us?
The master.
Okay, we are going to, Candace, please mute. We are going to skip this application because the applicant appears to be on another meeting right now. So we are going to move forward and we're going to go to 729 Mount Vernon Avenue.
Hi, this is Commissioner Hyndman. I have to recuse from this case.
Okay, thanks, Jessica. William, are you with us?
Yes, Harry and I are both here.
Oh, hi to you both. Have you both been sworn in?
No.
Okay.
All right, please raise your right hand and respond after me and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
This application is for new construction at 729 Mount Vernon Avenue. The commission saw this project about a year and a half ago from a different architect for new construction, and it was approved. The property has now sold, and so you're seeing it again from a new set of architects and new homeowners. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to William and Harry and let them explain the project. Well, Harry, where would you like to start?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I believe, we'd like to start by saying we're excited to have another opportunity in the district to design a new home. Schrader Design is an architecture firm that has been doing custom work in and around Charlotte for 20 plus years. And most specifically, we authored the house next door to the left about 10 years ago for the same client. So interesting side note is this is the third home in a row on this street that Jason and Liz Burgess are embarking on. So I'm not sure of a more invested homeowner than the Burgesses. So we've been commissioned to author this next house, and absolutely thrilled to do so and to work within the confines and collaborations of the district in order to design something that we hope is really architecturally appropriate and adds to the rich character of the district. So with that, our application was intended to be as thorough as possible, using as much technology as we can to describe the architectural intent and our commitment to all those key design criteria from massing to scale to some of the architectural whimsy that I think is a key to this house, the welcoming front porch, and in a lot of ways an opportunity to progress from our design from a decade ago and do something that stands on its own in a timeless manner. So with that intro, tell me, how do we want to proceed? Do we go sheet by sheet, or how would you like to go through this?
You should describe the project as you wish. You can start with the site plan and go and tell the commission how this meets their guidelines, and then neighboring property owners will be given the chance to speak, and then the commissioners will ask you questions.
Okay, sure. I mean, I think let's start at the site plan, if we would.
Which slide would you like to start on? Would you like to start on?
Let's go back to that site plan view. There you go.
132?
That sounds fantastic. And obviously we've provided a lot of collateral material as requested, so we can reference anything along the way. But essentially, I think the key point as we discussed new architecture is how does the site yield, or how does the program from the client yield this sort of direction where we've headed? And interestingly, dissimilar from our last go around where we used the full width of the property to embed this garage structure. This site is a little more typical in its development, where we're taking the driveway down the side of the property to this rear loaded garage structure. And so as a result, the overall mass and footprint of this house is significantly narrower. Again, there's lots of precedent for that driveway access. And so that set us in motion to do a couple things. One, to embrace the street with a significant porch element. Number two, to entertain this porte cochere sort of gesture so that as the car traffic works its way towards the back, we have this interesting porte cochere approach. And then, you know, as you would expect, the client is trying to have as much footprint yield as we can accommodate. And so we're very conscientious of the max areas and all the pervious and impervious approaches we're going to need to take to fit this house, hardscapes, garages, and driveways. And so the home is, you know, more formal on the front side, more traditional oriented on the front side. And then given that they have such a significant and dramatic connection to the skyline, not dissimilar from the last go around for us, we have tried to open the house up to views and to a sense of urban connectivity so that they have these tremendous opportunities to see the skyline. So the footprint is you know, tries to be very ordered across all four facades. You know, we're a firm believer of designing architecture that's four-sided and that has the right compositional elements across the whole building. So that's the site in general. And then I think the next page might want to be the architectural elevations. Okay. And I'm more receptive to the commentary or to the questions than you guys listen to me 30 minutes talk about the particulars of the architecture, but it is rooted in a sort of classical bungalow vernacular. We're sensitive to the building height and to the massing, to the materials. Again, anchored by this significant front porch element. I think one of the really interesting drivers from the client standpoint has been their love of the neighborhood and therefore a commitment to having a very public, welcoming porch on the front, which is exactly their mission in the last house. And so we want to make sure that there's meaningful outdoor space to gather and to feel connected to the urban nature of the community. And then, you know, capitalizing on natural daylight as we make our way around the house to the rear. Will, how about materials? Do you guys want to just talk about materials? We're obviously trying to use a very traditional palette of siding, some shingle accents. There is very much the hope that we'll use a standing seam metal for all of our kind of lower pitched accent elements. And then really the views you're looking at now are the rear elevation, how we've kind of opened the structure to a lot of glazing. Those are the sort of public rooms of the house. On the first floor, it's the family room, and on the second floor, it's a gathering room and balcony that are really overlooking their pool and then the city itself. So let's see, continuing on from elevations. I think the 3D models, I think, will probably paint a really interesting picture for you as well if we continue down through the presentation. I think they're at the end. Yeah, if we pause for just a second, that's the garage structure, which is intentionally simple. I'm a firm believer that accessory structure should be subordinate complementary but subordinate and not trying to be too glamorous. I think the idea of it feeling more like a simplified version or a service version appeals to our sentiment that as a backdrop to the main house, it doesn't need to be overly articulated. And so that is the garage structure with a small living component above. And then if we continue down, keep going there. Lots of places within the design where we're trying to draw direct reference to some of those hot buttons within the district's guidelines, be it, bracketry, overhang detailing, window articulation. And so here's our 3D models, and it's funny enough, being an architect long enough where we used to draw in 2D, and now I have these 3D models to share. It really gives us a chance to study design in a uber realistic sense before it's even hitting the ground, and that's a blessing and a curse, I think, to some degree. But we share these images with you because they are as accurate a depiction as we can for you to see its integration into the streetscape, its scale, its proposed color palette, which is meant to be distinctively more low key even than the last house we did. Some interesting anchor elements with the stone chimney masses, and obviously maintaining the singular tree that's in the front so that we do our best to kind of integrate it into the canopy of the street. And so those are 4 images really showing you the key perspectives of this front facade. How's that? Did I get us through enough, or is there more that we want to cover as a first blush?
No, I think if you feel like this is a great representation of your house, then it's a wonderful start for us. Let's see, is there anyone on the phone who wants to speak for or against this application? I'm being told there is. Okay.
Yeah, I would like to speak just about some concerns. I don't know if it's for or against.
Okay,
but
but before you get started, have you been sworn in?
No.
Okay, why don't you raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that your testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, and please state your name and your address.
My name is Kevin Davis, and I'm at 701 Mount Vernon Avenue.
All right, thank you so much. Please give your testimony.
So I am in a house that is considered, I think, a historic house utilized by comparison for building that goes on in the street. And I'm 2 doors down from the, actually next door to one of the 3 houses that was built, and then on down to this 3rd house that's about to be built. And I've lived in this house that I am in since 1972. So I've seen a great deal of change. And, I think the change overall has been, respectful of the diversity of the neighborhood and the historic nature of the neighborhood. And certainly many diverse houses on Mount Vernon Avenue built over the years that I've been here. And in the surrounding streets that I've been part of all these years, I do have a concern about what's happening. And this is my first time to speak in front of the commission. I tried really hard to get on the video, but I couldn't figure that out. So it's a little bit strange to speak into, not be able to see you. But I do have a concern, and the concerns have to do, I'm not an architect, I'm not a builder. I've tried to look at your plans and those things and have some sense of what's happening. But, you know, these houses that are going up are very different, and they move, in my opinion, way close to the front curb. I look down the street now, and it's a very different experience. It's like a funnel. The next 7 houses just come more and more forward to the curb. So I don't know how that's happened. I do know that one of the houses is right on the property line, it looks to me. I don't know how that happened. The height is way different. And I just have a concern about the fabric of this neighborhood. You know, I've been on the receiving end of going before the Historic Commission years ago when I did a renovation, and as tough as it was, I felt that I'm really pleased with the result, and hopefully adds to the neighborhood. So I am concerned about the height and the width of these houses. I'm concerned about how far up they come to the curb. Certainly when I moved in, there wasn't a skyline like it is now, and so it seems like this row of houses on Mount Vernon really wants to, of course, take advantage of the skyline. But then that adds to the hardscape. And so where's the grass? Where's the dirt? Where are the trees? And so I guess I'm just giving voice to my concerns, and I know some of the other neighbors. I've watched these things happen, and I just wanted to speak up this time. So I guess that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
We have another individual who was signed up to speak at the last meeting, and because of the timing of this meeting, couldn't speak, so they submitted a letter. And the letter is in supplemental information. It's on the Historic District Commission website. It's linked on today's agenda. The commissioners should all have a copy of it. And it is also on the screen here. I will leave it up for a few minutes so all the commissioners, anyone joining us from home, and the applicant can read through it. It is a couple of pages, so I'll just pause here for a few seconds and then cycle through the rest of it.
Are we, as the architect, to comment at this point or no?
After our moment of just reviewing the information, absolutely, you will be allowed to comment.
Okay.
I just confirmed there's no one else to speak for this case on the line. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right. So please, William, will you please respond to the feedback both included in the letter as well as with the caller, who's a neighbor of this home?
Sure. This is Harry, by the way, doing this talking at this point.
Thanks, Harry. Yep.
Just everyone's reference. The first the first caller, I can absolutely appreciate the sense of sort of legacy ownership within this district and the concern for change over time is something that any concerned architect or an architect with a commitment to trying to beautify Charlotte would have an opinion towards. And so I do appreciate it. I don't dismiss any of that. On the other hand, I think that new design will bring its own context culturally and hopefully aesthetically in a way that that is in its own way reviewed favorably by history. That will, I recognize the difficult task that this board has all the time. And so I think to myself, how do we design architecture that that is progressive enough, interesting enough, beautiful enough, but also that is driven to be timeless so that it doesn't disrespect, sort of the history book that you're looking at as you walk down that street and in that district. And so, as long as the guidelines that we are given are followed, and by the way, this isn't a new hurdle. Again, 10 years ago, we designed what I bet is one of the more progressive designs for the district, and was well received at the time. And for the last 10 years has been referenced as, a very solid piece of architecture. So as a homeowner who's lived there a long time, I couldn't respect more that some of those changes are less than favorable in their eyes. And I'd only ask that they be open-minded to the fact that this firm is committed to trying to do the most beautiful integrated work we can. The second caller or second letter references a handful of things that I think we've covered within our submittal, whether it's building height references, stylistic references. I think that within our presentation, there's many of those points are hit. So let's reference that. I think if we go up a couple sheets from where we were originally. There you go. That's a good one. And while I know there is a reference in the letter about the structures not being historic, and so how are we to reference against non-historic structures? It is critical that we reference against the streetscape at hand. And the discussion about the 360-degree view, I would be perfectly happy to suggest that this house is a two-story structure without unnaturally tall floor to ceiling heights, not unnaturally tall roof slopes that are consistent with the district. And the buildings across the street are sitting up on a 5-foot berm, so their elevation references, which we show here, are very much taken into consideration. And this street, has the varied terrain. So I don't know how to better address that than what we've done in the presentation.
And also, I think it's worth noting the two properties across the street, number 800 and 808, down at the bottom of the page there, have a grade to ridge height that is higher than ours. And so the letter referenced the houses across the street. And I believe those are good examples that show that some houses across the street that are considered to be historic homes by the district actually have a higher grade to ridge height than ours does. So I think that we are trying to respond to those houses as well.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, questions of the applicants? Commissioner Barth.
First off, I'd like to say, I think this is, a difficult task, first of all, trying to design a new home and design for the current age which we live in while still being respectful to the context around you. I think the design they came up with is really good. It, is a nod to the bungalow while not, trying to mimic and copy, the house next door or the one down the street. I do have a few questions, however, some which some speakers have brought up, particularly it's on your sheet SP 1.4, the site plan where you have your house silhouetted in with the two ones next to it. I'm sorry, I don't know the slide number. There you go.
132?
132. Do you know the dimension from the two adjacent lots from that to the property line? Are you able to tell us that?
From the face of those structures to the property line?
Yes, sir.
I can't tell you the exact measurement without getting onto a file, so Will will do that while we're talking here.
Okay.
I think we're within a couple feet closer to the building setback than the front porch of lot 10. But within our 10% variance is what we're targeting.
Okay. Yeah, if we can get a number just to verify that, I'd appreciate it. And then you referenced this in your presentation, especially with your 3D renderings, which thank you for doing those, about the trees on the site. And I did notice that on the, let's see, was it the survey? Several trees were indicated, but on this site plan, the same sheet that we're looking at, slide 132, that the trees aren't indicated. Is it your intention to maintain those trees? And if not, which ones are you planning to remove?
They're not remaining, are they? Well, I don't think we have any site trees at all within the building envelope that have been maintained. That may be information from the original survey. I'd have to see the actual document, but our intent is to maintain the street tree outside the building envelope in the front of the property.
Okay.
I will also say that having worked with this client previously, after finishing the construction of their house, they planted, I would say, extensively to supplement the green space. So I'm hopeful that's going to be the same consideration here.
Okay. But at this point, no plan to remove any trees that may or may not be, may be
Correct.
existing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think maybe what I was referencing were some site photos, and just didn't know whether those trees that were in proximity, like there appears to be a large tree in the front yard. If we go, I don't know how to reference the slide. It's one of the first large format sheets. I don't know if you can get to it, Christy.
That one right there.
Let's see. Yes, that one.
Slide 124.
124. There you go. Thank you. That one wasn't shown on a site plan or anywhere, and I don't know whether that's. I mean, I would imagine you're planning on keeping that. So, yeah, we'll go with that assumption at this point. But that is probably something. Those trees, if that one in fact is still there, as well as the street trees, we'd probably want to see on a site plan, I would imagine. Okay, let me move on here. Your siding material you have referenced as shiplap. I just wanted to confirm that that is in fact shiplap and not like a lap siding material.
Correct. The idea was to use a shiplap in concert with a shingle.
Okay. And was there any sort of inspiration for the shiplap material choice, or is it just a design aesthetic that you are trying to achieve?
Correct. Yeah, it was a design aesthetic. It was it creates a clean texture that I think is a nice differentiator against the house to our left. We had a slightly more modern, or not, we had more than a slight modern bent on the last design where we even used some narrow exposed lap siding. And so this was an opportunity to kind of slow down the materials and so the short answer is yes, it was a design aesthetic.
Okay. And similarly, your windows, you have called out, let me go to the sheet here, as aluminum clad wood windows with custom grille patterns. Can you speak towards the specification of that window and what type of frame those windows would have, for example, on sheet A2.10?
A2.10. The bay window detail?
Yeah, particularly more of your picture windows and the on the front of the house as well as the ones on the back. What type of, because to me it just appears in the elevations that those sort of read as a storefront window, and I just wanted to get a clarification on the design of that window.
Absolutely. Yeah. By no means am I trying to depict a storefront modern composition at all. It would be a leading window manufacturer that is used throughout the Charlotte market and on that street, where it's a traditionally constructed wood window with a exterior cladding, which is common to avoid painting. And then the grille pattern is likely going to be in the style of a putty mold. And so what you're seeing is like somewhere between a 7/8 and inch and an eighth divided, mounted both inside and outside of the window to create that sense of some classic detailing within the window itself.
Sure. Okay. Okay. And then let me go back to materiality. On your west side elevation, you also have another siding material noted as painted wood trim panel. Can you speak to that a little bit as to what sort of material that is, as well as the header above it?
Sure. What we often employ as a design feature are these trim panels, which translated into construction materials is likely going to be a cementitious or man-made material that holds up and is very stable. In the old days, you'd use plywood sheets that could delaminate or would delaminate. And so one of the great advantages of the materials these days is we can use a cementitious product that is large format, that paints really stably, and gives us an opportunity to take a wall that otherwise, if I use that as an example of why we would have done it there, is you see so often on subordinate elevations where the windows fall where they may, and they don't have, and I'm on several review boards where that's a hot button for me, where you see a 40-foot facade and, oh, there's a bedroom window and there's a different sill height for that window. And that's a shower window up high, and there's no composition. And so our philosophy here is to bind those windows together within that trim panel to give them a sense of composition within that facade. I've used it on other projects and felt like it was a successful outcome. So it would be, the windows would be trimmed out for the rest of the house very traditionally. We would carry that header piece across the top of the windows so that they link all three of those windows in that composition, and then that would tuck into the frieze of the roof line. That's what you're pointing to.
All right, thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that. And then looking at this same elevation too, towards the middle section, this is again the west elevation. Towards the middle section, you have a large expanse of wall here, which is, again, I notice it's articulated with differentiating the siding there. We do like to, in a lot of cases, try to avoid large wall expanses by providing fenestration or some other sort of architectural element. Can you help us understand the decision to do that, as well as on the ADU where we have large expanses of wall?
Yeah, they're sort of different applications. The garage structure, I could argue, could use an accent window to give that some pause. It's the least visible facade, butted up to the side property line, but I have no problem at all as I look at that, contemplating that some window or vent detail would be an attractive element to consider there. On the house, it's a slightly different story in that that's about a 15-foot wide composition that is basically aligned with the service area of the adjacent house. And I think there's a generator over there, and there's a lot of service related elements there. And so it felt to me like a little bit disingenuous to add windows that look into that service area. And in the grand scheme of the house, to have sort of a slowdown, a pause point, a wall, and 15 feet did not seem exorbitantly large of an area to contemplate that.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you did there. And then last question, I believe. So going to your architectural details, you have some sections here. I'm sorry, Christy, I don't know what sheet this is, but it's their drawing sheet.
Slide 136.
136, thank you. The window header condition, it does not appear that there's any trim indicated on these details there. As we saw on the side elevation, you do have a header piece for that particular instance. On the other windows on the house, your typical detail, are you proposing trim to go around these windows, I would imagine?
Yes. Yeah. There's a trim profile on all sides. It's just a more modest header piece than is shown in that trimmed panel we just were describing. But we absolutely would have the frame of the window and then a piece of trim that is probably 5/4 inch thick so that it receives whatever veneer is dying into the side of that trim.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I think thank you for that. I do see on your window elevation detail where you call out a wood 2x casing at head, jamb, and sill. So thank you for that. That's all the questions I have.
And also,
Thanks, Commissioner Barth.
I just wanted to make a quick comment for Commissioner Bart's first question about the dimension from the property line.
Thank you, yes.
If you go back to the site plan that we've been looking at quite a bit, the house on the left, which is the house that our office did 10 years ago, it comes within 6 feet of the property line, and the actual
The setback?
no, of the property line. And then it steps back to where a portion of the house is also about 7'3" from the property line. Whereas our house on that side comes 5.5 feet from the property line at its tightest point, which only happens for about 15 feet, and then steps back to about 9 feet from the property line, all the way down that long kind of line where those trim panels were that we were looking at. And then on the other side of the house, we're obviously much further from the property line due to the driveway. The house next door, we're kind of having to go off of that information we have. We don't have the exact drawing for that house, but it seems to be about in that 9-foot range as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you have, yeah, sure. Do you have any precedents for the curtain wall windows that you're using in the neighborhood?
On the back side?
Yes. Well, throughout I'm really thinking about the front facade. Just driving down the street, it seems like it would be something that's completely different. So what's your precedence for that?
Let's clarify curtain wall. We don't envision, and maybe it's the verbiage more than anything. We envision any window composition to be composed of residential windows that are mulled together to create the openings. And so undoubtedly, to draw precedent from homes that would have had windows as punctures versus windows that are extensive across the walls are really, that is a notable departure from the typical window penetration. But a curtain wall implies that we're trying to use some sort of commercial glazed option, and I'm just going to compose our openings from traditional residential units that are paired together. We did similarly on the house next door, specifically towards the back. When we talk about the back elevation of this house, and we may have even made the reference of a curtain wall there, that's an architectural term implying that we're trying to do the biggest floor to ceiling window units we can. You'll notice there's no wall associated with that back. It's just a series of units that are mulled together. And in order to create that curtain wall of glass, we need to have a structural element within that wall to give it its sheer strength. So I don't know if that's the descriptive you're looking for. I didn't want to paint any picture that the front elevation is trying, yes, there's more glass than a typical house, but that it is traditional windows paired together.
Thanks for clarifying. And for the houses 918, 808, 800, the ones that are historic, that are taller than what you're proposing for this structure, do you have the width of those houses?
I don't believe so.
Other than the site plan?
Yeah, other than what's just shown on the Zootwell survey.
Maybe you can help me find it. I'm looking specifically for the historic ones.
I wonder if that site plan of the street isn't,
If I may, this is staff. So Zoutwall's is strictly height that is struck. Width, that information is usually provided by the applicant. So I think what Chairwoman Parati is asking is, did you compare the historic widths to the width of your house?
Yes, thank you.
Gotcha. Yeah, I guess short of measuring those other houses, what I would say as a general takeaway is that given our clearance requirements to provide a driveway access to the back, which is again implemented in lots of different projects, I would bet that our width is right on top of many of those structures, especially as I look at the context of this site plan. You know, they're all tight to one property line, and then there's just enough room to allow a driveway past. And so, assuming the properties are fairly uniform in width, I don't think our width is a challenge to any historic precedent there.
I'll just piggyback on something Commissioner Barth brought up, which was setbacks. And I apologize, I'm not an architect or a builder. I was kind of confused by your response. I'm curious about the setbacks all along that road, Mount Vernon, as well as the spacing between each of those houses. Do you have that information that you could provide?
Let me make sure I understand, and I want to clarify whatever I might have confused you with, but unless we have a physical survey of each property, we'll only be guessing off of the county maps as to what the total width of the properties are. Because you can see even here, some of these look like they're kissing the side property lines. And obviously that's not the case unless they've been grandfathered in. But I would say, you know, our philosophy of design mimics the philosophy that has been implemented on any of these lots where you load the house to one side to allow for a driveway to access through to the back. I don't think we're unnaturally tight in any circumstance. And I guess the point to make is the ability to cut the house footprint back from the 5 foot to the 9 foot is obviously a modulation that allows for more green space between the structures. And that's obviously favorable for us as the designer, but also for the streetscape itself.
Sure. Really, in order for, I believe, us to speak to spacing and setbacks, which are the first two things that we look at with an application, usually they're presented on some kind of site plan or survey. So that would be helpful.
On our site plan, page SP 1.4 that we've been looking at, we do note all of our distances from the property line, including all setbacks, and we show in the dashed line there the 5 yard side, the 5 foot side yard setbacks, as well as the 30 foot front yard setback and the 40 foot rear yard setback as well for reference. And
sure. I think it's helpful to see the streetscape.
I guess help me understand how we would be able to provide survey information on those other properties beyond what you're looking at here.
Christy, will you help the applicants? Because we've seen it before. I can't speak to how they can get it.
Yes, we have examples from multiple projects that show exhibits very clearly. They are estimates from Polaris, but they can provide a pretty accurate estimate to at least allow the commission to gauge how your new house fits in with the setbacks along the street.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly have referenced and can provide the Polaris reference. I just know from my own experiences that they're not entirely accurate. I just want to make sure that the staff wasn't asking us to find a document to get surveyed setbacks of the block.
No, we're not asking for that. We're asking for, some information is better than none.
Sure.
And it would be really helpful to us. It helps establish those first 2 points: setback, spacing, rhythm, things that we need to see in order to say yes to the application.
Yeah, on our site plan, we do show a reference line to the footprint of the neighboring buildings. And so we can just add a dimension. It sounds like that's what you're looking for, is that we just add a dimension showing, where those are sitting relative to the property line.
I'm looking at the whole street, the streetscape. So not just, yeah.
Got
Okay.
it. Sure.
All right. Thank you for that. Commissioner Barth?
If I may, going back to the slide we were on just previously, I think, what Commissioner Parati is hinting at is getting a sense of how the rhythm of the street is set up with this new addition to this section of Mount Vernon, which you can get with their overlay of the elevation on the Zotwell elevations. I think it may be also helpful, just like you did on your site plan, to have the footprint of your house overlaid on this map where you have your 729 lot shaded in, to have that there so we can get a sense of the overall massing and plan form as well.
Yeah.
And that's slide 128.
Yes, I think that's a very good comment. I think while we're talking about the subject of rhythm, it brings up a really good point, which is when we were in our initial studies, the contemplation of where the driveway should be and where the accessory structure should be was contemplated because we have fairly uniform, grade topography. We are sensitive to where we want to put a building and daylighting and all that. But if you notice, the rhythm of the street is almost exclusively, right side garage, right side garage, right side garage. And so I feel like, that when we put our building and our garage structure in there, it'll help articulate sort of that sentiment of rhythm that I think is important.
Thank you so much. And thanks for clarifying, Commissioner Barth. Other commissioners? Phil, it looks like you have something you want to say or ask, a question you want to ask?
Yes, I do have a couple of questions. We talked a little bit about the window grills, the so-called curtain wall. Is there a historic precedent for the varying light sizes in these windows, particularly the front left, for example? There's so many different light sizes. Is there a historic precedent for that?
That's a great question. My immediate, I hesitate so greatly to make this direct reference, but one of the greatest architects that's ever lived is Frank Lloyd Wright, and he was known for designing custom window patterns that ranged from, Usonian to prairie style and everything in between. And one very distinct reference I've made throughout my career is to try and look at windows as a concert of pattern rather than, taking the easy way out. And so I guess if I have any reference, and I say this with great humility, the idea was to design grill patterns that told a story across the house. They're very intentionally considered to help create scaled openings and to frame views and to edge the architecture, edge the rooms of architecture. And it's something that I do take seriously. That's about the only statement I can make on that from a historic standpoint.
Okay, thank you. And also on the shiplap siding that was discussed a while ago, this is shiplap siding and not lap siding. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you. The other thing that has caught my eye, there's some unique features to this home in this historic district. The cantilevered portico, and also the angled front wall there at the front office. I mean, is there a historic precedent in this neighborhood for those architectural features?
I would say that those design cues were not drawn from any particular historic reference.
Okay, thank you. And my last question has to do, the rear yard is almost entirely covered. And I know that you have in the plan to use impervious pavers. Can you speak to that, and do those indeed qualify as impervious surface?
Our intention in introducing pervious pavers as well as using turf areas on the upper patio surfaces is absolutely in an attempt to meet those requirements and to make sure that we're not just saying it, but we're actually doing it. To say that I've had it fully specified at this point is not the case. When we engage with the contractor, we'll be sourcing materials, and I suspect delivering those performance reviews to the board.
Excellent, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Jim? Jill?
No.
Krista?
Yeah, I want to go back to the tree question we had earlier. That large tree at the front of the property. And I just wanted to ask if there was any assessment done. Has there been an assessment of that tree? And if there's a tree protection plan or thoughts on that? And I noticed it doesn't appear to be in the elevation. And I don't know if that is a different tree is in the elevation just because, so you can see the elevation and the structure better. But just wanted to ask that question.
To my knowledge, the tree has not been assessed for health. I will say that our intention on every project where tree save is important is to provide to the contractor protocol for protecting the drip line through the course of construction. That becomes ever more difficult in a tight urban setting, but we're pretty committed to it. We are committed to it in every project we're involved with, and do our best to police that. This homeowner, if I recall correctly, went to pretty extenuating circumstances to supplement nutrients to the trees in the adjacent property. And sadly, within, I guess, like the last 2 months, lost one of those major oaks on the street there. And they were heartbroken to lose it. So I think I just will end by saying every intention is going to be made to save the tree, protect the tree, supplement its health during construction. And we just know how important that is to the sense of integration to the street.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other questions before we close for deliberation? All right, let's close. I'm going to kick it right over to you, Commissioner Barth, because you were pretty, yes. So Christy is recommending that we start big picture, and that's exactly what I believe too. I think that we should start with the first few points because we can't really review the details until we cover the big things. So I'm going to kick it over to you, Commissioner Barth.
All right. Well, I'll try my best to start from the 30,000 feet level and hone in. It's obviously some things mentioned by myself as well as other commissioners. I think it'd be beneficial for us to see the house overlaid on the street plan, just so we get an idea of massing. You know, this one is a little difficult, and I would caution us to look at the historic examples on this block, because the few houses surrounding this one are not historic. So looking at that rhythm and spacing is, I think, going to be important. Overall, the house form and its directional expression, I think are in keeping with the style of the house. I will say, I don't know if anybody has any thoughts as far as the overall geometry and form of the house. There's some roof planes and things that I might say are a little large, and that could be pared down a little bit, but it doesn't offend me. Anybody else?
I completely agree with you, but I think before we get to the reforms, we should look at setback, spacing, orientation, height, and width. So let's keep our conversation focused on those things right now. So I'm in complete agreement that we need a house overlay. I think that we need to see the rhythm of the street, which means seeing setbacks, which means seeing spacing. So that answers the first 2 points. The orientation, I think they've spoken to that. Height and width, I really would like to see not only the height of the historic homes, but the width of them as well. I will say, driving past this lot and just going back and forth, looking at the streetscape, this would look very different. It would be most comparable to the one that they built back when our guidelines were very different in 2011, a beautiful home. However, one that looks quite different from the rest of the streetscape. And it is true that our new construction should look like it's new, but it should also, according to our guidelines, fit within the context of the streetscape. And right now, it's a challenge for me to see that. I think seeing this overlay and seeing the streetscape details would be helpful in that regard. Commissioner Walker, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with what you said. I think it's critical that we take a very careful look at this for a couple of reasons. One is the domino effect that is occurring in Mount Vernon. Mount Vernon is the edge of Dilworth's historic district. And with structures such as this one and its neighbor, we tend to risk losing all of Mount Vernon as an edge of our historic district. So that concerns me a lot, and I would hope that we will not use the adjacent property in any way, shape, or form in viewing this structure and its appropriateness to the historic district. This one really bothers me.
Agreed.
Really, because I do think that, it doesn't repeat itself, and we need to be really careful about securing this boundary of our historic district, because there will be a domino effect. The other homes that are of modest size will sooner or later be using these two structures to justify whatever it is they choose to demolish that house and replace it with. And then we will ultimately not have Mount Vernon in our historic district.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Lineberger, thoughts? And again, let's stick to everything up to height and width for now.
I really agree with so many of the comments so far. I do believe the design overall is a sensitive design as far as scale and proportion. The height, I am very concerned about that setback and would very much like to see that in the context as we've been discussing. I have a few more comments, but it might be going further into details, so I can hold on those. But in general, I definitely agree with all of the same concerns that everyone's expressed so far.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Lineberger. I'm just going to do a round robin to see where we are on the first 4-point setback, spacing, orientation, height, and width. Because again, those are some of the larger things, and we can't cover the smaller ones until we have the bigger ones handled. So, Commissioner Hayden.
I would echo the comments that have been made to this point. It's a difficult situation. I mean, I think it's a beautiful house. I think there's a lot of wonderful things about it, details and that sort of thing. But it's going to radically change the Mount Vernon streetscape, and I'm very concerned about that. And let's be honest, the last house, the house adjacent to it, was built under the old guidelines, and we can't keep that. As somebody said, we can't use that house as a basis for making our judgments on this one, and that is absolutely the case.
Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I just have a question. This is for you, Christy, but the guidelines that reference the permeability ratio for a backyard, in a case like this with a new structure, is the measurement from the back of the original home, and that's the yard from which we determine where the 50% impermeable calculation occurs?
Good question, Jill. No, it would be from the back of the new structure. That's what we would use moving forward, whatever's there on the ground. Unfortunately, the demolition and new construction are completely separate issues and not tied to one another.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Barth, let me ask you, do you feel comfortable putting a motion forth that deals with our first few points and goes on to say that we have not looked at the finer details because we need to address these things first?
I mean, I don't know if I feel comfortable per se. I mean, to me, my issues with this house aren't necessarily in the big picture things. I think their height is comparable to the historic houses on the block, provided we see, that site map overlay as well as some additional information on, the rhythm of the street. I think we may be close to getting there. My main issue with this house is primarily in the details and material usage.
Okay, understood. So it sounds like, and please, commissioners, jump in, we don't have enough information to handle the larger points. So it would be good to welcome the applicants back with that. Commissioner Barth, Commissioner Hayden, Commissioner Walker, what are your thoughts? Do we have enough information, commissioners?
Kim, let me just make sure I understand. Are you suggesting that we continue this case until we get the big picture information as requested and not provide feedback on any of the finer details? Or are you just suggesting that
I'm suggesting what you just said. I'm suggesting that we ask for more information before moving forward. If anyone has a different idea of what we should be requesting, please put it forth. Commissioner Walker?
This is difficult for me. I'll have to be honest. I mean, if we don't even go to Charlotte's own historic district guidelines and we simply go with the Secretary of the Interior standards, and there are only 10 of them, it does not conform to number 9, which speaks to compatibility with the massing scale and architectural features to protect the historic integrity of the property and its environment. So I'm struggling if in fact we can't meet those basic standards. how we proceed.
Commissioner Lineberger?
I agree with Jill. I was going to say that in addition to the big picture, I do feel like it would behoove us to, and the applicants to, at least take a few moments to talk about some of the details that we have some concerns about and that Chris referenced. I think we might have some of the same concerns, but I think. I'm sorry, did someone say something?
No, please go on. Commissioner.
But I just think it would behoove all of us, and them especially, to give them a little more feedback when they do address the larger picture, that they can look at some of the other things that we have concerns about. I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay, so that sounds good. So why don't you kick it off for us, Commissioner Lineberger?
Okay, let me go back. For me, when I talk about the details I would like to address, and I really would like to see them address, it's really the fenestration, and the historic context. And I think everyone alluded to that a little bit. Both, and I'm sorry, I'm going to get to that section. I had it pulled out. But the guidelines for doors and windows in section 6.12, specifically 2, where it has where it says respect the traditional design of openings, that openings are generally recessed on. I'm sorry, not that one. I apologize. It's section 1. I'm sorry, 6.121. A, the ratio of solids, walls, and voids, windows and doors, and B, the rhythm and placement of windows and door openings, C, the proportion of window and door openings, the ratio of width to height, and D, the general size of windows and doors. And that starts off with relate window and door openings for new construction to the historic context in the following ways. So for me, all of these windows, really, there just needs to be another look at those, because I don't feel that they fit into there's any nod at all to the historic context. So I just think there needs to be an assessment of those to better match the guidelines.
Okay, awesome. Anything you'd like to add to that? Anything else?
That's it for now. I'm curious if anyone else has similar, but I guess that also speaks to what Chris had some questions about those solid walls, both on the ADU and on the rear elevation that have no fenestration. And I have those same concerns.
Chris, will you jump in here?
Yeah, I too have the same feeling about the overall fenestration style used here. I know our guidelines speak a lot to, borrowing other elements and, window styles and things used in the district or, in its context. Another big one for me is materiality. Shiplap, I don't see a precedent for that. The smooth paneling, I don't see a precedent for that. And maybe even some trim pieces too. I'm concerned about the large metal roof on the front. I do appreciate its form, but I don't know that having that much of a modern material be that much of a focal point on the front of the house is something that we would approve. And again, going back to my comment here before, I think the overall form and some of the design elements are successful here, but as a composition, I don't know that I could approve this. just based on the fact of how the materials are composed, as well as the window orientation and form.
Okay, Chris, if you could reference some of our guidelines so that we can attach them to the points. Materials are in section 5. Then we'll jump over to Jill.
Yeah, and I was just going to do that.
Oh, wait, sorry.
I was scrolling up. I'd say section 6.10, roof form and materials, 6.12, doors and windows, 6.15, materials, are all good sections to reference for our applicant, as well as, all of 5.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, Jill?
Yeah, to add some specificity along with everyone else's, I would say to refer the applicant to guideline 6.5, both number 1 and number 2, with the caveat that its neighbor, its right, not be used as an adjacent building for comparison.
Okay, thank you. All right, Krista?
I also think that cantilever question, that we need to just mention that as well. I think Commissioner Goodwin mentioned that and asked that question about the historical context of that, and there really isn't one. So I would be open to that if there was any historical context or reference at all to that detail, but just maybe to explore that a little bit more.
Okay, perfect. Any other points we want to cover before we move on? Right now, what I have is we're speaking to the cantilever, we're speaking to fenestration, we're looking at materials, specifically the shiplap and the smooth paneling, the large metal roof. We haven't, did we cover roof forms? We're looking at the SHPO top 10 rules for the historic context of our neighborhoods. Anything else we need to add to this for now? I think
mass and complexity of form, which I mentioned, 6.52.
Mass and complexity of form. Thanks, Commissioner Walker. Jim?
I think we've made mention about not feeling comfortable with what the situation is with the existing trees and wanting to have better understanding of its condition, and if they're going to be preserved, what's the tree protection going to look like?
It's a tree plan.
Tree plan, yeah, and if they are going to take anything out and put anything back, what's it going to be?
Christy, will you help me out, please? I know that when we have this motion put forth, that some of the details will change as a result of some of the larger things maybe changing. I don't want it to appear that these are the only things that we are.
I think you said it perfectly.
Okay.
And I think as long as you state that we understand that changing one thing may impact other things, and we're just looking for a continuation on these items for restudy.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. Who's in the mood to make a motion? Bueller?
I guess I could do it. I don't know that I have all the sections to reference in great detail.
It's okay. We'll help out, Chris.
Okay.
Thank you.
I motion to continue this application for initial further study of the project's scale, height, width, rhythm, and massing as it corresponds to the adjacent historic homes and properties on its block within a 360-degree radius, referencing section 6.2 and 6.3. I would further instruct the applicant to review several design features as it relates to the project overall as a composition, and relating back to certain design elements and features seen in the historic district, which include siding material, window type and configuration, roof form, roof material, cantilever precedent, etc. And that would be, in my opinion, sections, let's see, 6.9, 6.10, 6.11, 6.12.
I think 6.5 is in there too. Jill mentioned that.
6.5, 6.15. Does anybody have another one?
Should we mention Commissioner Walker's comments about the Secretary of the Department and the?
Yeah, I was going to say 2.5.
Okay, as well as section 2.5.
And then the only thing I didn't hear is a mention of the tree plan.
That's right. I'd also like to request that the applicant provide a site plan indicating existing trees on site, and if they are to be removed, retained, or whatever, we would need to see a tree protection plan or a reason for removal and evidence to support that.
According to 8.5.
Yes. And I do believe this gets into the details, so I don't know if you want to include it. Kim, tell me if we don't. A little more material data or specification on, windows, precast, concrete elements, the pool in the back, the retaining walls, the paver systems, all that sort of information.
I think that's helpful. Do they need to include the pool? Because that's not coming before us right now.
We can handle the pool at the staff level under a separate application.
I think maybe Chris is looking at it. Chris, are you looking at the pool just to see pervious versus impervious and just to see the layout of the back?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Did they mention Jill's point about 6.5, number 1 and 2? Okay.
And, it might be helpful. I think it will be helpful, Chris, to just include that this is not the extent of the information we want to see, but, we have not reviewed some of the finer points because we know that they might change once the larger ones are addressed.
Okay. Do you need me to actually say that?
In your way, but something so that this isn't the extent of that we're not bound by just these things.
Okay. To add to my motion, I would like to state that the overall guidelines referencing spacing, rhythm, massing as it responds to the context of the street will need to be reviewed, and this will need to be analyzed before the finer details of the project are approved.
Thanks, Chris. And just one more thing, we didn't mention foundations at all, so it would be great to see how those look compared to the street, the houses along the street. So that house overlay that we're talking about, we're looking at spacing, we're looking at setbacks, we're looking at foundations, all of that, so that we can look at this house in context.
I think I did reference the section. I forget, it was
Okay.
6 point something. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, is there a second for Chris's motion?
Second.
Seconded by Jill. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Chris Barth,
Yes.
Krista Lineberger,
Yes.
Jill Walker,
Yes.
Bill Goodwin,
Yes.
Jim Hayden,
Yes.
Kim Parati, yes. Motion passes to continue 6-0. Thank you.
I would ask for a 5-minute break and then we will skip back to agenda item number 3 to allow them to get ready and get up to speed. Thanks.
Chairperson Friday, this is Jessica Heineman. I'm just letting you know I'm back in the meeting.
Thank you, Jessica.
Yeah, hey, Christy, PJ Henningsen, I'm here as well.
Thank you, PJ.
Okay, this is just a test with Ashley. Ashley, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Can you just say something else? I don't think we can hear you very well.
Can you hear me?
Okay, that's a little better. Thank you. Are you ready to get back started? Commissioner Candace, are all the commissioners with us? I can't see.
Jessica Hyman, Chris Barth, Crystal, nope, she's there. Okay, Jessica's back. Chris Barth is not with us.
Okay, so we're waiting on Chris. Okay, I'm gonna just give it a minute to let him rejoin us.
Okay.
Okay. And if we can note for the record, all right, thank you and welcome back. I want to note for the record that PJ Henningsen has joined us and Jessica Hyman has joined us. We have lost Chris Barth for this particular application. Okay.
Okay, the next application is 1628 Wilmore Drive. It's for a one-story addition to an existing bungalow, and it also includes the addition of a one-story accessory structure in the back right corner of the lot. At this point, I'm just going to turn it completely over to the applicant, Ashley, who's with us, and then we do have someone signed up to speak on this project as well.
Has Ashley been sworn in?
Ashley, have you been sworn in? No.
Ashley, will you raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question, please? Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Ashley, you there?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ashley, if you would just state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then you can get started explaining the project.
Ashley Jimenez, 1349 Downs Avenue, Charlotte, 28205. Okay, are we ready?
We're ready. It's all yours.
Okay, very good. So first of all, thank you very much for your time on this project today. So this house is a client of mine. It's located on the corner of Wilmore and Spruce Streets. We are looking to do both an addition in the rear yard as well as a detached garage in the rear yard. There is an existing portion of the house that we will be removing, which is on the left of this slide here with the French door in the middle and the double hungs on each side. We will be removing that previous addition. It looks like maybe it was a porch that was enclosed at one point. It has kind of a partial arch foundation on one piece of it, and then it's open pressure treated with lattice on the back portion of it.
So for this, I think it makes sense to start with a clean slate. We do have an existing gable roof line on the back of the house that you can see kind of beyond that. And maybe the front elevation, Christy, the slide prior to this, shows that. So that's really the architecture we want to get back to, is that gable that you see on the front. We really want to repeat that on the back of the house with our addition. Let's see. The right side of the house, you can see, which is the right side, the right slide on what is showing now. That current addition towards the back, so you have the two sets of double hung windows and then the single window right there. Yes, where Christy's pointing, that's that addition. So we're essentially going to take that off back to the original corner board, keep that corner board there, and then start our new addition back. The gable roof line will be set in from the side street, which is Spruce Street, by 2 feet to allow for, so there's, yep, you can see it right there. So you can see just to the left of where Christy's little hand is, that really dark area there, that's part of the addition we're removing. So right now that kind of, it's flush with the main body of the house, and it has this weird room that's sticks out in cantilevers. I don't know what they were doing. But we want to pull that in 2 feet from that side elevation to help with the massing and the roof lines. I'm going to go to the guidelines here. So as far as the massing, of course, we want this addition to be diminutive to the main body of the house, as your guidelines state and all of your awesome diagrams show. The height of the addition will be lower than the height of the existing house, and it will be less wide than the existing house, therefore dropping the scale of this addition. The foundation, we will intend to have a Parch foundation to match the existing. There is a brick foundation on the front porch, but the main body of the house is a Parch foundation, so we will be repeating that, as well as all of the existing cornice and trim details, door and window casing, and siding materials. It is a true wood siding, a German lap siding, as well as real wood window trim. We do have, let me go back to what you're looking at here. Okay, so we're looking at the Spruce Street side, which is that proposed left elevation. You can see how that roof line is broken up by that 2-foot insert. And then we also break up the wall there on our addition with our window patterns that we're repeating from other portions of the home, the double window. Unfortunately, the existing home has had some renovations that weren't in keeping with the historical feel of the home. So those windows without any grid patterns in them, you know, those are existing, but we do want to repeat, we do want to keep the historic feel on what we're doing on the addition in the back. So we've broken up that wall with those window patterns, as well as we've created a porch on the back of the home. That porch is about 15 feet wide. And you can see from the rear elevation kind of how that breaks it up. We have added some brackets in this gable to mimic the front elevation. We will match those exactly. And again, that triple window on the rear elevation is a repeat of a pattern we see on the existing left elevation. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Shall I move to the garage now, or do we want to have questions on the addition?
No, please move to the garage.
Okay, very good. So the detached garage is going to be located in the rear of the property. It's a 2-car garage. We've kept it to pretty minimal sizing for a 2-car garage. We will do, in an effort to keep the sizing down, do a 1 double wide garage door with a door that is designed to look like two garage doors so that we keep in the aesthetic that's pleasing to the historic district, as well as we're repeating all of the same elements as it relates to materials, porch foundation, wood, German lap siding, same corner boards, cornice details, and window casing. As far as the orientation on the site for the garage, this garage is on Spruce Street, and let's see, it's Merriman that Spruce connects to Wilmore. So you have Merriman, and then Spruce connects to Wilmore, and the elevation drops from Merriman to Wilmore. And so we looked at an option to turn this garage to face the garage doors towards the rear yard, and it really became prohibitive with retaining walls that would be required and additional motor court space that would be required for a rear facing garage. And after further looking, Spruce Street does not have any homes that front it. The only we have, that's the house across from Spruce Street from our property. And then the right side shows kind of that telephone pole there. The garage would be to the right of that. With our fence being modified, you can see on the site plan kind of how that is modified if we want to get into that detail in a little bit. And so we've opted to have it shown on the side street, turned so that the orientation is to the side street. I did find two other examples of corner homes that have detached garages in the rear yard with a side load entry like this. And I have those addresses or general idea of where those are located if we want to speak to that. And I think that's all I'd like to say. I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, Ashley, do we have anyone on the phone wishing to speak for or against? We do. Okay.
Missy Epps, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, welcome. Missy, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yes, I'm Missy Epps. I live at, I own the house at 1624 Wilmore Drive.
Perfect. And I included the information you sent us in the email on this slide and then all of the photos to follow. So I'll just turn it over to you and let you share what you would like to share.
But before you start, Missy, have you been sworn in?
Not that you heard me. I followed directions and raised my hand.
Okay, well, that's sufficient. Thank you so much.
So thank you for having me. As a little background, I've owned this house in Wilmore since 2003. Served on the board of the Wilmore Neighborhood Association and was integral in getting Wilmore to be a historic district. So I'm familiar with this governing body, and I very much appreciate you guys' work. So with that in mind, I'm not going to speak too much today on the architecture of the proposal and the aesthetics and the scaling, really, because I really trust you guys to do all that and do your job there, and I know how that works. I just wanted to provide some information that wasn't available to y'all in the package, especially. So particularly two things. One, there is a really large, what I would consider sort of a character-defining tree in the backyard that wasn't visible in any of the materials, and that's the photograph I've provided there. And that guy is about 4 feet in diameter. I just guessed that from memory, but if you go to the next slide, I just took the liberty of, those are just standard 1x6 fence posts, and I took 2 squares of the exact same size and counted 8 fence posts, and so you can see that that is a really significantly sized tree. And then as you were speaking earlier this morning on some other projects, I realized that the canopy is also important. I didn't send it to you, but a quick Google Earth search will show you that the canopy of that tree is about 40 feet in diameter. It's pretty clearly visible on vegetated when the leaves are out on Google Earth satellite imagery. So I do have concerns about that with the scope of the project. I'm not sure that as proposed that tree would be saved. And I think that'd be a shame. It really does contribute to both of these, my property and this one as well, in terms of its overall character. So that's all about that. The other issue is about the drainage. So also a little background, I'm a geologist. I'm on the faculty at UNC Charlotte, and my specialty is a field called geomorphology, which is actually the study of water and erosion and how it moves across the surface of the earth. So I'm not saying this lightly. Having said that, I apologize for the sort of cruddy figure here, but what I did is, this is just LiDAR data, which is high resolution data collected from airplanes where they shoot a laser down and they record the amount of time it takes for the laser to come back up. And then that gives you a very precise elevation. So each of these dots is one of those LiDAR shots at a resolution of about 30 centimeters. So that's why it looks all messy here. But I'll draw your attention to the big black line coming in and out of the screen would be Spruce Street. The one going to the right of the screen at the bottom, that would be Wilmore Drive. And the two black rectangles right there at that corner, that is the house in question. And then the one to the right is my house. And so the way to look at this, and I'm using this data, but I can also just speak from experience that you can see high elevations in this image are in red and low elevations are in blue. And so all the water from the entire image, you can see where it's dark red at the top there, where the cursor is now, flows down towards the back of our two houses, and then down to that exact corner and across the street and down to the dark blue area. And I will say that, like in rainfall events like what we had in the last few days here, you do get surface runoff that comes straight across our two properties right at the back of both of the houses where they sit now. And so this concern is as much for the poor new property owner as it is mine. If you go back to slide 96, and the picture that I gave wasn't as good, but in slide 96, I think you can see it quite nicely. In the photograph on the left of the back of the house, in the back left corner, you see that there's a little berm in the topography right there. Yeah, yes, right to the left of that bush. You can see that the land surface goes up. Well, that's a little manufactured berm that my husband and I worked with a prior property owner to create, because prior to that berm, which extends into our property, all the water was flowing between the two houses, and then there's a little hump that goes out to Wilmore Drive. So it's a low spot. So behind that bump is kind of this pool, if you will, that that does not have very good drainage. So we were getting issues where that stream of water down that, from that red to this blue, was ending up in both of our crawl spaces, and that berm is preventing that. So if with the proposed configuration, two things. One, I would hate it if they accidentally removed the berm, because then then all the water is going to sit between our two houses again. And then two, with that extension at the scale that it is, not only will it encroach onto that tree, but I do worry it's going to act as essentially a dam for that. What it is it's really essentially the headwater of a small stream. I mean, it's the very tippy top of a small watershed right there in that exact backyard that you're looking at a picture of. I had one other thing I was going to say. So, but now I forget what it was. So that is a big concern, I think, with the water flow across the properties. Oh, I was going to say, I was concerned that that doesn't fall under the purview of the Historic District guidelines, but in fact it does. So in section 5, in 3C under paint, it says maintain proper drainages so that standing water can't accrue that would impact paint and, of course, the wood siding and wood structure. So it does, in fact, fall under y'all's guidelines that proper drainage be maintained. And then the other last small thing is just the location of the HVAC unit for the new addition. I guess I'd prefer not to be looking at that from my backyard. I couldn't quite figure out where it was going to end up. You know, I'd rather it be between the two houses rather than between the yard and the new addition. But, oh yeah, so yeah, I did see that. So yeah, so it was, right now it's currently proposed to be just adjacent to the yard. But that's a minor personal detail. I think the tree and the drainage issues are much broader issues for the overall historic district of Wilmore and also the residents and the property, the preservation of the property itself for the water flow issue.
Thank you so much for calling in, Missy. Thank you. Okay, Ashley, do you want to speak to the tree, please? Can you tell us what the plan is for preserving the tree?
Yeah, I think we're going to need to do a little bit more research on this tree. That is not something that was at my attention or the builders. And, you know, we'll want to have it looked at and make sure it's in good health and, you know, provide a plan to deal with that.
Okay, thank you for that. Want to speak to anything else
Sure.
Missy brought forth?
Sure, absolutely. I think these are all great points. As far as the berm and the drainage, you know, I'm not the contractor, so I'm not the one who is going to implement the final drainage on this, but you know, that water is flowing between the homes now and that berm is there with us kind of, you know, staying along the right side of the house, staying on that same plane of the existing side of the house. I don't know that that's going to cause much concern with that existing berm or the existing drainage. Drainage obviously is critical and will provide foundation drains and, you know, get as much water away from all of this around the garage and around the addition. So I think that, you know, that can be a conversation with the contractor to make sure that, and the homeowners to make sure that they're on the same page as far as what their expectations are, but getting that water to drain properly between the houses as it currently is would be the goal. And then as far as HVAC location, it is on that side of the house at this point. It maybe on my site plan has moved more towards the rear yard. There is no concern with moving that more towards the front of the house to make it amicable to the neighbor.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions of the applicant? Bill?
Yeah, I don't see the large tree on the site plan. Can you tell me where that tree is?
I believe it's going to show up. Christy, can you move your cursor about to where that says 5-foot setback? That's going to be my guess where it says 5-foot setback. So we're going to have to, you know, get that surveyed, see what the canopy looks like, and get the health of it assessed.
Okay, PJ?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Handful of questions for you, Ashley.
Sure.
First question. What's the material of the doors, windows, the doors that are being replaced, the windows and the garage door?
Yes, let me double check what our plans say, because I know I want to be consistent. It's either a wood window or an aluminum clad. Either one of those are acceptable, correct?
Yes.
I believe it is going to be wood, given that the existing windows are currently wood.
Okay. I didn't see them on the application, so I mean, our ask would be just to add that information on the application.
Sure.
Next question, just a couple more questions. Can we go to the right elevation? I'm not certain what slide it is. Okay, perfect. I'm looking at the triple gang of windows, a little to the right of center mass. I notice if I just number the windows starting from left to right, windows 1, 2, and 3, there's some siding in between windows 1 and 2 and 3. What is that intentional? Is that?
Yes, so those are actually in different rooms. So one is the double window is over the tub in the master suite, and the single window is in a water closet next to it. So Christy's good. She foresaw that there would be a question about this. So if you noticed, I added a dimension in between, and I labeled the single window as window and water closet, and the double window as window over the tub.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Last question, if we can go to the rear elevation, the patio, what is the material of the patio floor on the rear elevation? Concrete?
Concrete. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then I would just ask that we just add that material detail onto the application.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Krista Lineberger.
Hi, Ashley.
Hi.
I wanted to just speak to a few things that I was the one that moved this off of the consent agenda, or requested that it be moved off the consent agenda.
Yeah.
Well, explain. My primary concern with this was roof line and style, and trying to do an addition to this. I know it's challenging.
Sure.
But I don't know that the solution successfully adheres to our guidelines in 7.2, specifically 6, which speaks to the design of a new addition being compatible with the existing building, and that the new work should be differentiated from the old while being compatible with its massing, form, scale, directional expression, roof forms, and materials, foundation materials. I feel like you achieve others. It's that differentiated. And I believe that because it doesn't feel differentiated enough to me to meet the guidelines, and therefore it tends to, it feels like it visually overpowers the original, which speaks to 7.2, number 2. And I just wanted to ask if you've looked at other solutions that maybe would achieve that a little bit better. Or,
I have.
And I know it's even more challenging because it's a corner lot.
Right.
And,
yes.
And I know that gives you probably that much more sensitive because it's a corner lot.
Exactly. Had this been on an interior lot, we may not, we may be an admin approval. So I have looked at this, and the massing of that gable roof line, I think, is what you're speaking to. Is that correct?
It's not necessarily the mass. I think is so important. And actually, if you look back at the original, the addition that you're removing, that bump out, as much as it's not, you're not thrilled about. I don't know if is that your drawing doesn't show it as much as the photographs show it, but that there actually is, that gives it a little more differentiation.
The bump out to the side.
Right. Maybe Christy,
Okay.
to
It was
the photographs. Side. Yeah, where it's at. a little bit. That doesn't have a window there, I know, but there's a little more, there's just a little differentiation there for me.
So when I looked at the examples that you all provide in the 7 section on additions and those 3D models with the additions in the back, what I had seen from those is most of those additions were set in from the existing structure instead of going out. And so that was kind of the principle, the start of the entire thing was, you know, the historic district's going to want to see this in from the original wall. So that is where I started. What I have played with and is so as far as, let's talk about some dimensions. Christy, maybe look at the floor plan. The dimensions on the existing main body of the home, that dimension front to back, I wrote this down.
We're on slide 102.
Slide 102. Yes, so the main body of the house, as far as this left wall of the main portion of the house is, gosh, I know I wrote this down, 54 feet long. Okay, and then the addition as far as that wall before you get to the porch is 33. Let me go to mine on my computer. I can read it more clearly. Is 33 feet 5 inches. So as far as those walls are concerned, I think the massing there probably makes sense based on proportion, that the addition wall is proportionally smaller than the existing wall of the main house. What I have played with, Christy, if we may go to the left elevation, is actually breaking that roof line up on the addition and actually stopping that gable at the corner board that you see to the left, just before the porch. Stopping that gable roof line there, and then differentiating the porch and the back portion of the master suite as a different roof line. Maybe as a hip, or maybe as another stacking gable over the master with a hip over the porch. So I have played with that, and know I can make that look fantastic if that's something that might appeal to the commission as far as reducing the sense of large mass on the back of the home.
I definitely think that studies like that might help.
Sure.
Okay, let's go over to Jessica Heinman.
Hi, I have a couple of minor questions because I think my fellow commissioners have covered some of my notes already, so I don't need to dwell on them. The first is the accessory dwelling unit. Will the foundation be parched concrete to match the existing home?
Hey, Jessica,
okay, I think we need to add some notes.
Jessica,
Yes.
will you slow down a little more for Candy, please? She's not able to capture what you're saying. Okay.
Sorry, and I think my internet is kind of glitchy too. So the question was if the foundation on the accessory dwelling unit, as shown here on slide 110, will be parged to match the existing house.
Yes.
Ashley's nodding her head yes, for the record. And I think we need to add some notes in that regard.
Sure.
I too need to see information on the existing tree and the proposal there. We need a demolition hatch on the existing plans, just per the standard application requirements.
It is shown.
I think
it is shown on the existing plan.
There's some notes. There's some notes. Just work with staff on that. The other thing, I don't think I need to go into much detail because I think Commissioner Lineberger handled it really well, but the Spruce Street elevation, the extrusion to twice the length of the historic home is, I think, is the issue for me. It's a long long straight expansive wall. I know it's stepping back at the corner board, but it's a long straight expansive wall and what's considered a front elevation since it's a corner lot.
Sure.
That is everything on my notes. Thank you.
May I ask a question or add a comment?
Sure, please.
So the existing, the current addition that was done, like the current back that we're taking off, that is 15 feet in length as it stands. So the leftover is 29 feet 6 inches as far as the new addition. I know we're demoing this, but that's kind of how I break it up in my mind, if that makes sense. So maybe another option would be to essentially keep the left wall of the house at the same plane as the front portion of the existing, on the same plane as the existing portion of the house for that 15 feet, and then it turns back to be, I don't know how you guys look at that, since, you know, we are demoing it, you know, thinking about my comment before about how I've offset this addition 2 feet to try to meet those requirements. But if I kept this wall flush for that, what the existing addition is, and then our new kind of fully new square footage is then pushed back 2 feet, how would that be viewed by the commission? If that helps to address our, you know, our massing concern.
I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for the other commissioners. I just don't know that I could respond to that without seeing it.
Okay. I can understand that.
At this point, we can only respond to, yeah.
Well, I guess, is it because we, you know, in the guidelines in the 7 section on additions, when we're looking at those rear yard additions, they all seem to step in. And I guess what I'm asking is that like a hard and fast rule?
I think my answer to that question is actually that each project is considered on its own merit, and traditionally corner lots are considered to have 2 front elevations. Christy, maybe you could weigh in on that.
I would defer to you and Krista on this. And all I would say is there are many ways to accomplish the guidelines, not the examples in the guidelines are examples to help start you thinking, but not necessarily the only thing that the commission would accept.
Okay, thank you.
Krista?
Yes, I have a few examples that I saw that may give you a little bit of perspective. Christy, is there a way to pull up 329 East Worthington on Google Maps?
I can pull it up on my phone too.
Just a moment, Krista. Hold on.
Okay.
So why don't you, Krista, what I would ask, because we are running short on time, is that maybe you provide those examples to me and I'll pass them on to Ashley. And rather than talk about like designing this and getting into the design details, we give Ashley that direction and you give that to me and we keep the meeting rolling. Is that okay?
That sounds great.
Yeah,
Sure.
It sounds great. Okay, so what, Krista?
I was just going to ask Ashley one more question on the square footage. Can you repeat what the square footage is on the existing and then what the addition is?
Sure. Okay, so
it's A5.
Yes, page A5. So the new total heated will be 2595. With the proposed, okay, so the existing heated on this main box is 1921. The existing on the, like Polaris or if like an appraiser went today. Okay, so 1921 is the main box. 520 is the addition in the back that's of poor construction that needs to be rebuilt. So that's a total of, is that right? Okay, it looks like my math is wrong on this. Is this why you're, no, okay, that's right. So, okay, so, sorry guys. The existing heated is 1921, of which we are removing 520 to demo, to then rebuild that back and the addition, of which is 1194, for a total of 2595.
So Ashley, to clarify, this is Christy. I'm circling, I'm outlining the house as it sits now.
Oh,
So
I'm sorry. Are you speaking of the site?
So they're looking, so the addition, so as it is now, the house has this addition on it. So you're adding this portion, but also reconfiguring an old addition, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
What's the square footage of just this part, Ashley? Do you know?
Yes. I will tell you.
1401.
95 minus somebody else. 544. It is up. Let me see. 1194 minus 520. 674 square feet heated, plus the porch, which is 152, for a total of 826 square feet under roof added.
Okay, thank you for that, Ashley. All right, if we don't have other questions of the applicant, I'm going to close so that we can deliberate.
If I may,
sure.
May I ask one more question? In regards to the detached garage, when I was working with Christy on the administrative level, I understood that that may be a topic of discussion. Is that something that we can discuss? And if I need to adjust anything during this next time, we can go ahead and address that?
Sure, we're going to talk about that during deliberation. Commissioners, do you have specific questions of Ashley regarding the ADU?
And if I may clarify, it is not an accessory dwelling unit.
Sorry,
it's a detached garage. Thank you.
Thanks for the clarification. The detached garage. Any questions for Ashley about that? Krista, do you have questions, or did you forget to take your hand down?
Oh, sorry. I forgot to take my hand down. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Why don't we close for deliberation? I did not have an issue with the addition. It steps in and then goes back, but you know, I usually defer to the architects on this. So anybody else outside of Jessica and Krista have concerns about the addition? I'm going to do a round robin just to see where we are. Jill Walker.
I think stepping it in 2 feet was an adequate way to address the addition. I would like the applicant to possibly consider what she suggested, which was changing the back roof line to slope forward so that it appears a little bit more demure to the original home. Was a good suggestion.
Okay. PJ?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to, suggest vaguely, something to give a little more interest, to that left elevation, right?
Okay. Phil? And we're open to talking not only about the addition, but about the detached garage too.
I have no additional concerns. Thank you.
Okay. Jim?
My only concern is about the detached garage and its relationship to the existing tree and what the potential impact one may have on the other.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So, Jill Walker.
Yeah. I just, this is just a side comment, but I love the use of the word scullery. Haven't seen that in my years here, so thank you. had to look it up. Reminded me of upstairs, downstairs. That's all.
Or Downton Abbey. Thank you for that. All right. Any thoughts? Anyone? We have concern with the detached garage because of the tree. Any other concerns you all have about the detached garage? Krista?
I did.
Krista, you keep going in and out, and we want to hear this great stuff that you're saying.
The garage doors shall either be authentically separate single bay doors or designed to give the appearance of separate doors.
Krista,
Yes.
will you restate what you said? You're going in and out, so we're
I'm
having
sorry, I'm wondering if
a
my
hard time
internet-
hearing you.
I'm wondering if my internet's a little struggling. I just was pointing to 8.9, number 6, for garage doors being authentically separate single bay or designed to give the appearance of separate doors rather than one single door. And I feel like this looks a little bit like one single door. So I just wanted to, I would recommend. Did you hear that okay?
Yes, we did. Yep.
Okay,
You said you would recommend.
just paying attention to that guideline.
Okay. All right. PJ?
I would just like to throw the comment out that from garage location and the way it opens on Spruce, no issues here. I mean, I think there's another example, I want to say large in between Wilmore and Merriman, where there's a rear garage that has a side entry. So I know no one brought that up, but I don't see any issues with the location of the opening.
Okay. So right now, really our concerns with the detached garage is the tree and the look of the garage door. Anything else that we need to add to that? Krista, you had a lot of really good insight on this house and comments. Do you feel like making a motion? Do you feel confident enough to make one?
I can give it a shot. I would like to ask or Jessica and I guess, does anyone else feel the same way that we do about just the extruded appearance and that differentiation?
Both Jill and PJ said that it could use some more interest.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's go with your thoughts and your recommendations.
So I would like to make and jump in. Feel free to jump in and help me on this, anybody. I would like to make a motion to.
Hold on for 1 second, Krista. Sorry. Okay. Sure. So we're going to reopen so Ashley can share.
Okay.
Would you like? Okay. Sorry. So it wasn't you, Ashley. It was Missy who was trying to get in. But if you have some additional comments after Missy's, please feel free. Missy?
Okay, I wasn't sure if I was allowed to speak again. I did want to clarify the position of the tree. It's in fact not near the garage. If you look at this view we're looking at now, it's where the inn is in the north, right in there. So even further to the south than that. So right where the inn is, I would say, it's about 20 feet from the back of the existing house. So it really is going to be an issue of the current configuration, I believe, of the house. Its canopy goes over the halfway line of the width of the property currently. And I also wanted to emphasize that the drainage issues that I'm talking about are not that I do not want the drainage to go between the houses. It must go, it really wants to go straight under this addition. And so I just want to make sure that Ms. Jimenez understands when she tells her client that it is a major amount of water. And I don't say that lightly, I'm a geologist, and so it's significant runoff that really is going to require, I'd say, more than typical remediation in terms of, French drains or something like that. It is not a typical amount of water that's going to need to be rerouted either all the way around the house or under the house somehow.
Okay.
I just don't want the property owner, I mean, it's going to be a problem for them and us, and it could be
Sure.
major.
Thank you for that, Missy. Ashley has heard you. Ashley, any comments?
No comments. Thank you, Missy.
Okay, we'll reclose. So we're working as a team, Krista, so you kick it off and we'll jump in. And just so that you know, Krista, we cannot hear you.
Apologize.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask if, and maybe Christy, you can clarify the guidelines that Missy referenced when she was talking about the drainage issue. And I believe it was she referenced section 5. Would you add some
Sure.
clarity?
It's really kind of buried and really more appropriate to like paint and repairing leaking roofs, gutters, and downspouts and flashing to make sure that those are keeping drainage away from the house. And that's on page 5.8, again, under paint. And the reference is to paint failing due to moisture, leaking roofs, gutters, or downspouts, and making sure that all those things are not contributing to standing water and any paint failing issues on the house.
So we really can't address that per our guidelines. I mean,
drainage is stormwater and not really under the Historic District Commission's purview.
Right. That's what I thought. So I was a little bit, I just wanted clarification on that. Okay, thank you. So I would make a motion to continue this application for studies to specifically for guidelines 7.2 numbers 2 and 6 for the differentiation of the existing to the new addition. And also for I think we need to address the tree issue and the site plan, also a site plan that shows the exact location of the tree and how that will be addressed, addressing the tree health. I don't know if there's what guideline is that one? That's 8 point.
Trees are 8.5.
0.5, yeah, just got it. Thank you. So per 8.5. And then what else? Is there anything else that I'm missing?
It sounds like it to me.
And I did have a couple of items.
Okay.
Add material detail for the windows, doors, garage door, and the rear patio. Just again, what the material is. We covered adding the tree to the site plan. I think we should specify adding a tree protection plan. And then I don't know, Krista, if you mentioned guideline 8.9 number 6 that had to do with the garage doors.
I didn't mention that yet. No,
Okay.
Thank you. Do I need to reference that, the materials, the windows, the guideline for that?
Let's do that. $6.15.
Thank you, Kim.
I got it from Christy. It's a team effort.
Just looking.
6.15.
6.15, yes.
Okay. I apologize. I would like to make a motion to continue this application per guidelines 7.2, numbers 2 and 6, to address the differentiation between the new and old construction, new and existing construction. And also per 8.5, provide a site plan and tree location, as well as a tree protection plan. And also for 6.1, number 5, to address the window and door materials to be used. And also for 8.9, number 6, to address the garage door configuration on the detached garage.
Second.
All right. Motion made by Krista, seconded by Jim. Any discussions of the motion before we vote? All right. Jessica Heineman. Jessica? You're muted. We can't hear you. Okay, yes. Krista Lineberger? Krista, same. We can't hear you.
Did you say me, Kim?
Yes, Krista Lineberger.
You cut out. Sorry. Yes.
Okay, Jill Walker?
Yes.
Phil Goodwin?
Yes.
Jim Hayden?
Yes.
PJ Henningsen?
Yes.
Kim Parati, yes. Motion passes to continue 7-0. Thank you so much, Ashley. All right, team, just want to let you know it's 1:36. We have until 3 o'clock before we lose quorum, and we have 3 more cases. So let's focus and get it done.
We will have quorum, but the presenter is leaving at 3. So
Right.
we'll have quorum. We just won't have the applicant present.
Okay.
So,
All right.
yep.
So let's focus.
Yes.
And get it done. All right. Next application.
The next application is 1141 Leganor Place. I would like to note for the record that Jill Walker is recusing from this application and that Chris Barth has rejoined the meeting. And this is for an addition, a new carport, a new rear addition, and a new accessory structure, sort of a joint use accessory structure in the rear yard. I'm going to turn this straight over to the applicant to describe in detail for the commissioners. Chris and Stan, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Great, hello.
Hey there.
Have y'all been
Chris-
sworn in?
No, I was just about to say that. So
Perfect.
I've not.
Okay. Okay, guys, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. If you would both state your names and your addresses for the court reporter, and then you may start anywhere you would like.
It's Christopher Geltrup, and the address is 1141 Linganore Place.
My name is Stan Russell. My office address is 1506A Central Avenue.
The floor is yours.
Okay, Chris.
Okay, well, sure. So I'm the homeowner. I'll just, if you guys don't mind humoring for a couple minutes, I'll give a little background on myself and the house and what we were trying to accomplish here, then turn it over to Stan to dive in to the specifics. But, and first of all, I appreciate everyone greatly. I'm sure you've heard this multiple times, but giving us another day of the month, we're definitely excited to get in front of you. So definitely appreciate that. But, jumping in, I do think this house, at least is special to me and unique. So I want to give a bit of context as to what we're trying to accomplish here. My wife and I are both from Charlotte originally, which makes us somewhat unicorns, and we've lived in either Dilworth or Elizabeth our entire married life, so about 20 years now, and never lived in a home built post-war. So I have a fondness for unique old homes, and this home really spoke to us in 2012 when we were looking in Dilworth to move into a larger home. And we're looking at other homes on Linganore Place and noticed this and really enjoyed the turret feature, I'm calling it, and wrote a letter to the homeowner at that time and asking if they would consider selling the home, and she agreed to meet with us. And after being interviewed by the existing owner, she agreed to sell it to us back in 2012. So I bring that up because the house to her was sentimental, and not that this commission is supposed to be measuring sentiment, but the historical background I think is important to know as it relates to what we're trying to achieve. So the previous owner, Ann Maxwell, was the daughter of the original owner. The house never left the family. She had moved into it with her family once her parents both passed away. The house was built in 1936 the original homeowner was Ernest Franklin, which was one of the founding doctors of Charlotte Mercy Hospital, and prior to that had served in World War I, which, you guys are the architectural experts, so I don't want to go too much into style, say things that you guys are already aware, but the house is specifically unique because it has the conical structure in the front. In doing a bit of research and listening to her, Ann Maxwell, the seller, it's, I guess, what's known as Norman Revival, which is a pretty specific niche that's fairly unusual in North America overall, but I believe it to be the only one in Charlotte. Looking at the old historic Dilworth application, it's described as a two-story picturesque revival, chateauesque, and as the survey says, a fascinating blend of styles. So, best I can tell, again, this is hearsay on the seller, is that it was something that her dad saw in Europe and decided to bring back.
Chris.
Yes.
Sorry to interject. Our court reporter has signaled to me that they're having a hard time understanding your presentation. So I would ask a couple of things of you just to make sure the court reporter is properly documenting your presentation. One, if you could slow down a little, just so to make sure the court reporter can hear each and every word as you're enunciating it. And two, also just give a little bit of a pause every so often, make sure the court reporter is catching up with all of that that you're referring to. So I just want to give you that quickly because, again, the court reporter signaled that they're having a hard time understanding your presentation for purposes of the record.
Understood. Thank you. So with that background, that brings us to where we are today. I guess the two last important things to know about the history of the house is that there's been two additions to the original structure. There was formal English gardens built in the back in the 1950s with a 4-season room added to the rear of the property that overlooked those gardens. And then to which you can see on this front picture, a small addition that was built in the 60s or late 60s when the original owner was, I would say, became unable to go up and down the stairs to where the master bedroom was located. They built a second master bedroom on the bottom floor that was not original, has a shingled asphalt roof and no windows except for one in the rear. So with that background said, our intent was to keep the original house as it was, as we fell in love with, but evolve the house as the previous owners did over the 2 generations of homeowners, and to contemporize it, obviously without any clear other examples to which to draw from. We looked both nationally and internationally with the view that this was as documented, a fascinating blend of styles inspired by European experience, and tried to bring those same type of elements into the updating as to how we were going to evolve the house. I'd say the last thing, as far as the intent of what we're trying to do, is shift the house to the uphill side, or sorry, the drive to the uphill side. It's the only house on the street that has a driveway. I'm sorry, one of 2 houses. One is 111 Lingnord, the very last house before Dilworth Road, and my house, that have the drive on the right-hand side facing the house. And that causes 2 issues. One, there's no rhythm with the rest of the street, but more importantly, at least in our minds, is my father-in-law, who's older, can't walk up steps without being helped up into the house because you have to park it below the first 4 levels. The wife and I intend, just as the previous owners, is to stay here for 30 to 40 years. So looking forward, into our own future, it would make sense to have the drive exit at the main level of the house. And then beyond that, it's to remove the additions, keep the original structure unmolested, and come back with, I would say, contemporary additions that address our living needs. So with that, I'm happy to turn it over to Stan.
Thanks, Chris. Okay. Thanks, Chris. I'll try to be brief. I know your time's limited, but opportunity, and I thank you as well for having this special meeting today, since we didn't get to present at the regular meeting earlier this month. I'll just go through the design strategy briefly and what we considered here. As Chris mentioned, this was a very nice Lewis Asbury house, and that's one thing that drew the jail trips to it. Our strategy was to try to respect the original design, and by doing this, we plan to remove 2 poorly designed and constructed additions, which you'll see with the existing pictures of the house. One on the left side and one on the rear. Remove the existing carport. I guess you poor shape and practical. Remove the existing single glazed steel sash windows from the original house and replace those with wood aluminum clad units, which are similar in proportion to the original. And then repair, clean, and clean the existing clay tile roof and the brickwork, and repaint the brickwork, trim, and other things. The second part of the design strategy was to create an addition which presents itself to the street in a way that utilizes the same grammar, proportions, and details of the original house. The addition of the 2-story addition on the left-hand side of the house, which you'll see right here, is located behind the existing addition, which we're removing. So this 2-story portion that faces the street, right here, will have painted brick walls, windows that match the original, and have a standing seam copper roof because of the inordinate expense of matching the tile roof. But a copper roof, which we think is matches the time period and will still be tied in, but we'll distinguish it from the original house while keeping it all separate. That addition will also work as a screen for the rear portion of the addition, which is more modern, which is what the Geltrips desired and what they feel fits their lifestyle best. So this portion is kind of a mediator that it sets off the existing house more so than it is now by removing this poorly constructed addition, and then kind of screens the rear part. The other part of the addition that addresses the street and becomes a part of the streetscape is the carport on the left here. By moving the drive up, our plan is to keep, there's a large cryptum area right here, and our plan is to develop a tree plan and keep that. There's an existing brick wall right here. Take part of that down, keep part of it, and create a planting area. This side of the house the plantings are fairly natural. There's a lawn over here, and so we plan to maintain that as well. But this carport, the idea was to make that a brick gable structure with painted brick. Again, like the gable structure that's over this right wing. As well. And in order to distinguish it and not make it look like living space, what we came up with was doing a pierced brick wall that has some, thank you. So a pierced brick wall, and we showed it solid below to hide the cars, but it makes it clear that it's not living space by having it pierced brick with an opening here and then solid brick, which is not rendered very well, but solid, these lines, which pick up kind of a half timber effect, which kind of matches the period of the house. And gives it a little more interest, but makes it clearly an accessory to the original house. Here's the two-story portion. There's this was changed. The original. I submitted another drawing on the 13th of this elevation, which brings this roof down, but we can discuss that later. And then the final part of the design strategy was on the rear addition, which is, you can see here, is completely a counterpoint to the original house. The notion was that we would make this a 21st century addition. We would step it in on each side, keep the roof lower by making it a flat roof. And so that screens the view of it from the street completely. But just keep it simple in materials and copper and glass and a little bit of wood, and open that to the rear. Then the garage and pool house would have the same vocabulary as the new addition in the rear yard. It faces the existing pool. There's an existing pool on the rear, so that design vocabulary matches the rear of the house. Landscaping is natural and informal and will be used to enhance the forms. We proposing a new fence. You can see that last drawing. New fence on the north side to the neighbor on the left. Let's see if we could go back to okay, here. Right. This is the original. This is the drawing showing a gable roof on the new two-story addition, painted brick, windows to match existing. The only difference being a standing seam roof versus the tile roof here. But this was to mimic the gable roof of the existing wing here on the front of the house. This roof picks up the form of this. We decided to move this out, separate the carport from the house, and bring the drive here to break the mass up. And if you look at the streetscape drawing, I don't know if we can go to that, you'll see how we tried to respect with the width of the house. Thank you. Let's see, that's existing. So you can see where we are here. Right now, there's an inordinate amount of space between the Jeltridge house and the house on the left. You can see relative to all the other houses. And so the next, can we have the next next drawing? Huh?
No, I didn't have the, this is Christy. I just
okay.
added this in yesterday. I
Okay.
didn't
Well,
have it as part of the package from the 13th.
oh, I'm sorry. Okay, that was yeah. But what we ended up with, I had on the original submittal, which I thought was still part of this. That's my mistake. That what we end up with is from the side of the carport to the neighbor's house is in keeping and still greater than most of these the separations between all of these other houses. So it keeps it's in line, and even the overall width of our house with the carport addition is less than the neighbor to the left and then the second house to the left. So it's keeping with the streetscape. And like Chris said, by moving the garage from the right, which is about 2 feet away from the drive, which is about 2 feet away from the drive to the house on the right, by moving that to the left, it kind of reestablishes the rhythm of drives on the left-hand side of the street, while also giving the Jeltrips own level accessibility, where now they only, if we could go back to the site plan, yeah, now the drive is here now, the existing drive, so you have to come up a full flight of stairs from the drive to the house. This was the original carport. And the walk to the house connects, the existing walk is right here, which we're maintaining to this point. And it connects to the drive here. So the only way to get from the street to the house, other than walking across the yard and up a fairly steep hill, there's about a 10-foot rise from here to here, is to walk up the drive. And if there are cars parked here, and there usually are, you have to kind of turn sideways to get past the cars because the drive's fairly narrow, and come up the walk to the front door. And then the owners, and then they're mentioned with their elderly parents, have a full set of stairs here to get to the front. So by moving to the drive and the auto court to the left-hand side of the house, we can get them entering on grade. I've got the permeable area plan here, so we're okay with what we're proposing for paving and that type of thing, and we meet the requirements for that. I think that's it. Chris, do you have anything else?
No, I think you described it perfectly. That's perfect.
Okay, Chris and Stan, thank you. We do have someone here to speak for or against. We have 3 people, not to mention what's included in our supplement. So let's go with the first.
Hey, Jana and Phil Hartson, are y'all with us?
We are.
Would you like to speak?
We would like to defer to Lenore Deutsch if she is on the list.
Oh, she is not.
Preference.
Okay, she is not on our list, but if she is called in, we will welcome her to speak. Lenore, have you called in?
Christy, this is Candace. I have no unknown callers at this time.
Okay, thank you, Candace. Well, if you want us to circle back to you, we have.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jim and Holly Wood, were you able to jump on? Holly?
Oh, have you unmuted me?
Oh, there you go. Hi.
Okay.
Holly,
Hi.
if you would just, or have you been sworn in?
Well, I'm really just tuning in to learn about the plan. I wasn't planning on speaking.
Okay, great. Welcome. Okay,
you.
we'll go to our next speaker, Jill Walker.
Thank you. My name is
Jill.
Jill Walker,
There, thank you.
and I live at 1140 Linganore Place. I'm opposed to this.
Jill,
Yes.
I'm sorry, did you ask, have you been sworn in, Jill?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you.
Opposed to this application. But before I cite the reasons, I think that a brief history of the its architect was Louis Asbury, North Carolina's first architect, both born and licensed in the state. Many of his works are listed on the United States National Register of Historic Places and include, here in Charlotte, Tryon Plaza, a historic landmark building in uptown Charlotte, the Dunhill Hotel, the Mecklenburg County Courthouse, Myers Park Methodist Church, and many other prominent residences and buildings in Charlotte and North Carolina. The entire backyard of this home was a formal English garden that was about 80 years old and has been on the Mint Museum garden tour. The current owners removed all of it within weeks of their moving in. I would like to think that the current guidelines for numbers 1 and 2 would have prevented the loss of this distinctive historic feature. If not, please consider reviewing that guideline. My immediate concern with this application is as follows. The addition on the front. This doesn't meet the fundamental guidelines of this commission. 7.2 number 1 states that an be minimally visible from the street. While drawings do not provide dimensions here, a rough calculation shows that the addition across the left front of the house, which includes the front semi-attached, seemingly two-car garage, will almost double the width of the original house. The roof material on these additions, standing seam metal, occupies too significant a massing when viewed with the tile roof of the original home. The half timber treatment of the front garage is not germane to the original structure. My other concern is the reconstruction of the front yard, removing the original driveway on the right, creating an entirely new paved curvilinear driveway on the left side, culminating in a 360-degree roundabout in the front of the house, is both in direct violation of the guidelines and, just as important, has no precedent in this historic neighborhood. I believe the compatibility of the addition on the back, as well as the second two-car garage and the accessory building, to the commission. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Jill Walker.
Okay, back to Jana and Phil.
Yes.
Jana, have you been sworn in?
Have not.
Okay.
Okay, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question, please. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Jana, if you would just state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then you may give your remarks. Thank you.
Jana Harston, 1208 Belgrave Place. My property backs up to this property. We look into the, we see the shed in the back and hear the pool motor. And as all residents are, we're in close proximity to this property. And I too have long admired and respected the historical significance of this home, the lineage of the family's long tenure, and all the previous owners. I want to strongly say that my husband and I agree and share the concerns expressed by Jill Walker. The property, the street presence. The curbside look on Linganore is going to be changed dramatically by this. And I don't, it will be head turning. I don't think that the roof materials go together. The addition to the home, that roof line screams addition. The roof angle there's nothing wrong with the roof angle on another home, but not trying to marry it to but trying to marry it to the original home is a stretch that I've been unable to make. The front facade is not in keeping, the drawings is not in keeping with the other properties on the street. The fact that that most properties have a driveway on the right side, that is an architectural feature that is not of note. Few of us, I would assert, ever say, oh my, look, that particular house has a driveway that is not in keeping with most of its neighbors having one on that side. So I think that's everything, except that we too lamented the loss of the garden, but the garden is gone. And what we are left with is the roar of the pool motor, which comes to any property owner that lives close to a pool. But the encroachment of the large pool house is of concern to my husband and myself, but particularly what the change will be from the streetscape on Linganore is a chief concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christy, do we have anyone else?
No, the only other person who wished to provide comments, it's in the agenda supplement and it is shown on your screen.
Christy, do I have the ability to respond to a couple of concerns that I've heard?
You do have the ability to. Please do.
Okay. Sure. So I understand the concerns, and these are obviously the first I've heard of them, but that's, I think, a couple points from my perspective are worth noting. One would be regarding the pool and the gardens that I've heard multiple times, which is the garden was in, well, I'm sure at one point was in fantastic condition. The gardener of the previous owner was the husband, Alan Maxwell, who passed away 3 to 4 years before we purchased the house. And the rear yard was in overgrown condition. Neither of the neighbors speaking on it, to my knowledge, have ever been in the rear of the yard since Alan's passing. But Christy, I believe you and Wanda Birmingham were in the rear of the yard. And it was 4 years after I purchased the property and I went through the HDC for a pool submittal. The gardens were still as they were when I purchased the house when you and Wanda walked the site. So I think it's completely wrong to say that I pulled them out within weeks of moving in. It was 4 years, and with HDC approval and with HDC reviewing or seeing what the condition of those gardens were. I'm sensitive to the pool noise equipment. Meaning obviously I'm aware of my own area as well as being closer to the equipment, and would be happy to stipulate that relocating the equipment within some screened version of the pool house would be something we would be open to. At the request of our neighbors to the left, Lance and Lenore Deutsch, we did request put the demolition of the shed on there, given the deterioration. It's a cinder block structure on 2 sides that has cracked. That's to be removed. I guess last thing I'd like to point out, or 2 last things I'd like to point out, is one, the pool house or the ADU is a single-story structure as opposed to a typical 2-story structure that you see and it is often approved. And we did that specifically to be sensitive to neighbors, to not have a large structure, two-story structure closer to the property lines. And finally, the noting of the Lewis Asbury house and the historical structure itself, we fully appreciate it. In fact, I would say that's exactly why we purchased this house and exactly why the entire front facade and the rear side facades are remaining unmolested, meaning that except for where they've already had been changed in the past. And I would say they were not Lewis Asbury additions that we're looking to remove. So we completely agree with both Jill and with my rear neighbor that the house is special and should not remain or should remain, which is exactly what this addition does.
Thanks, Chris. All right. So I'll kick it off. My initial concerns are rooted in our guideline 7.2, number 1, attempt to locate the addition on the rear elevation so that it is minimally visible from the street. 2, limit the size of the addition so that it does not visually overpower the existing building. And number 6, make sure that the design of a new addition is compatible with the existing building. The new work should be differentiated from the old while being compatible with its massing, form, scale, directional expression, roof forms, and material foundations, fenestration, and materials. I feel like this project is in violation of those 3 things. Can you speak to that and tell me how that's not the case?
The approach we took was that we would make the addition a counterpoint, and the walls on the right and left side are brick painted brick to match the existing, and the windows, while they don't have the same lights, they're just single lights. They do match the if you can look on the right and left side elevations. At least the parts relative to the existing house that you would see that you may see from the street, pick up the same type of scale and proportion as the original windows. As you move around to the rear of the house, this does change, and it opens the house up to get a much more positive indoor-outdoor relationship. We've moved all the living space to the rear of the house, the existing kitchens in the front, existing living spaces in the back, and it just doesn't work very well for the lifestyle. The Jaltrips already have a pool, and so we were opening the addition to that. The flat roof came from the need to get 2 floors on the house, and then to keep the roof from the being visible from the street. It's only the portion on the addition on the left that you see. While it does, almost double the size of the house to the street when you consider the covered entryway and the carport, and the addition part is about 13 feet back from the front of the house. So it creates kind of a gap there, and I know the elevation doesn't really do that justice. It looks like everything's in the same plane, but it isn't. So that was the approach that we tried to take here. We did struggle with the carport and kind of how to handle that, and the drive is takes the configuration it does to try to save the large cryptum area, which kind of screens a lot of that side of the house anyway, as does the existing plantings, which will remain, and new plantings, which will go in. I would like to also mention that the letter that was submitted mentions the planting screen on the north side, which is the left side. We did amend the drawings, and there it shows on here to plant that whole plant a screen along that whole property line from the carport all the way back to the rear property line.
Thanks, Stan. Commissioner Barth?
Yeah, just a few quick questions, and to add to what Kim mentioned, I believe, Kim, did you mention number 6 for 7.2 as well?
I did, yeah.
I'm sorry, number 3, minimally connected to the existing building. It's often requested that additions are minimally connected so that they can be removed in the future should future homeowner or next person choose to do so. I think we have several instances on this plan where there's some pretty heavy touches to the existing building. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, again, I think that's a good point. We tried to address that by stepping the sides of the addition in. It's not much; it's about 6 inches, but that's about what the original addition house. That's about how they were configured. But by stepping it in, then again by using the flat roof to tie into the existing house, in order to gain access from the existing house to the new 2-story addition, we had to go into the roof because, as you'll see on this the right side elevation at the bottom, the second floor of the existing house has clipped ceilings, and the roof starts, right there. The roof slope starts at about 5 feet, and that window head height and the feet. So in order to get access to a full second floor in this addition, we had to go up and into the roof, and that's where how that came about. But we just felt like the flat roof, and by moving everything in, it would be more sensitive, and as I've mentioned, it is completely different, but it would be a counterpoint, and it would be clear which part is the original house and which part is the addition.
Okay. Yeah, I think what may help is seeing the other, and I apologize, the elevations are a little difficult to differentiate what's new and old. I think maybe having the floor plans as well, separate from the site plan, may help us understand how that, particularly the rear addition, is connected to the new home. May be useful for us. Should this get continued. So that might be something you all want to look into, is if we need to look at this again. Another thing I will mention, there appears to be a potentially a plan discrepancy on the front elevation on the addition to the right, so between the existing house and the carport. On one elevation, I have 2 here in my packet. One elevation, it shows a higher hip roof above the addition, and the other one shows. Go ahead.
It does, yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. I had mentioned that earlier. What
sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I don't think maybe I wasn't clear. This was the original elevation, and I did two of these, one showing the tree and one without. But what happened is, after we got staff comments about this, about potentially looking at a hip roof on the addition to match the house, as opposed to the gable roof on that portion that extends out from the existing house. I looked at that, and I saved that and shouldn't have. I resubmitted on the 13th a couple of drawings that show, I don't think they're on here, but this shows what would have to happen to that roof to make a hip roof and still screen that rear addition from the rear. And I did this to send to my client to show him that I didn't think that was a viable option, that the original that we proposed that you just saw before this was.
Okay, thank you. And then you are proposing to replace the existing steel windows with aluminum clad on the majority, it seems, majority of the windows on the existing house, with the exception of the diamond patterned windows on the turret, correct?
That's not on the turret and the entry, the two windows on the turret and the window by the front door are going to remain. They're not being replaced. They're patterned glass, so they're
Thank you.
Just, hey, Stan, we are having a hard time hearing you. You're kind of muffled, so if there's anything you can do to help us, that would be great. Okay, commissioners, any other questions of the applicants? Going once, going twice. Commissioner Heineman.
I won't take too long. I feel like my other commissioners have really covered most of my notes. The two things that I anticipate we may discuss in closed deliberation are in the spirit and the intent of the guidelines is not to present a garage mass at the face of the house. It's to, it's in keeping with the context that we typically don't sense that massive garage on the street face of these historic streets. And so I think that that's probably going to come up with the carport mass. And then the other piece is the way the guidelines read, they're often interpreted as new brick remaining unpainted, and I don't know how that's going to play into our conversations, because I can see that there's a lot of new brick that's painted to match existing, and I understand the aesthetic intent behind that, but we may be between a rock and a hard place with the guidelines that have been given to us in that regard. So I don't know if you guys have any. I wanted to mention those two things now in case you guys had anything to add while we had the opportunity.
Jessica, this is Christy. I think the question that maybe we should ask is, was the brick on this house painted originally? Like, was that the architect's intent that this house was painted brick? And if so, then perhaps painted brick to match is appropriate in this case because it's matching the original architect's intent of the structure. And I don't know the answer to that.
Thank you. That's really helpful feedback. I appreciate that feedback.
Yeah, I don't know that either, and that is, but we did feel like by painting the brick, it would make the addition a little more subtle, at least from the street, and tie it into the existing house. I will say that the carport at and we have and didn't include this, but we did document. I know Chris went around the neighborhood and documented quite a few examples of houses where garages and carports face the street and are in line with the front of the house. So we can provide those.
Thank you. And one last.
Sorry, Kim, I have one more question. I should have said that before. And this may be, this does tie back to something Commissioner Barth asked too. I'm trying to understand I'm looking at slide 153 right now. And at the center of this elevation image where we have the copper roof addition and the flat roof addition coming into it, the flat roof addition appears towards the carport side, proud of that copper roof gable. But Christy, if you can go to the left side elevation, the gable appears proud of the flat roof. And yes, this is it. And I'm wondering, again, this may be a situation where flattening it out is the issue and understanding it and plan might be a little bit better, but can you just clarify if the gabled addition is on the left side is proud of the flat roof addition, or if the flat roof addition is proud of the gabled addition?
The gable addition is proud of the flat roof. Yeah, thanks for catching that. And I had noticed that too. That I think that was an earlier version, but that this face is behind this face.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Stan, I want to give you and Chris a chance to speak to the driveway issue. Just driving down your street, there's a certain rhythm to the driveways, and I didn't see anything that was comparable to this kind of turnaround that you have, this curved driveway with the turnaround. So can you speak to the precedent you used for this?
Yeah. Go ahead, Chris.
I can speak to that. So
Chris,
yes.
You are breaking up terribly.
Is this better?
No.
Maybe Stan can speak to it then.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe Stan can jump in while you work out your technical issues. Yeah.
Yeah. The curved drive is a function of one, trying to tie it more into the natural landscape on that side of the house, which we're keeping, and two is to help mitigate the making it curved. The circle came about is not so much as a roundabout, but as a way to save the large cryptomeria there, which is and just to provide a way around on either side. I mean, we could easily just make the drive go around without making it circular. You know, that's I don't think that's a huge deal, but that's where that came from. It was a way to try to save the tree and get cars in and out at the same time.
Thanks, Stan. All right. Any other questions before we close for deliberation? Thomas, our attorney, wants to say something.
Madam Chair, one speaker was having technical difficulty, but I would caution you to move on until either that person has the opportunity to respond or provide the testimony, or decline to provide that information.
Thank you, Thomas. So, Chris, are you with us?
Can you hear me now?
No, unfortunately, we're having some serious issues with your audio. Maybe you can get out and come back in. Is that something that we can do for him? Chris, why don't you try getting out and coming back in?
Or maybe switch to cell phone audio. Can you have WebEx call your cell phone, or you dial in with cell? That helps me
PJ
a
is
lot.
our IT guy. Thank you, PJ. While we wait on Chris, sorry.
Madam Chair, I think you can proceed with the hearing. What I would ask for you to do is, before you fully close out for discussion and deliberation, allow the individual to join. If you decide to go ahead and close for discussion and deliberation, before you take a motion, I would do one last call to see whether the person's back online, and then if they are, to reopen to allow them to provide any commentary at that time. As PJ has alluded to, if they can call in by cell phone, ideally staff will be able to pick up that individual's phone number and would then be able to give you that signal to allow them to speak.
Thank you so much, Thomas, and thanks, PJ. While we wait for Chris to rejoin or fix his audio problems, why don't we kick it over to Mr. Goodwin, Chairman Goodwin? Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, I agree with most things that have been said before. In particular, section 7.2, we mentioned numbers 1 and 6 and 3, and just the issue of compatibility with regard to massing, directional and expression, and in particular, my concern is the width of this new addition being almost double the width of the original structure, the roof forms and materials. Also, in terms of materials, guideline 6.15, we've got the very large copper panels. I don't know if there's a historic precedent for that. The vertical wood siding, the large fixed glass panels at the rear. is there a historic precedent for that? And also, we've talked about the driveway, and I think you all are amenable to making some changes to the driveway. But section 8.T number 5 does address, make the new driveway small, and also no paved areas for parking in the front. And I'm afraid that circular drive could be used for parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. All right, any other questions or comments? Do we have Chris? We don't have
Can you hear me now?
Oh, perfect. Thank you,
Oh,
Chris.
great.
All right.
No, I was going to say that Stan mostly answered the question on the drive. The one last comment that I would make as someone who's lived there 8 years is, given the grades and the straight drives of every other house on the street, there's a significant amount of runoff on the street. Part of the hope, one, is reducing the approach. For my cars, I have a couple low cars that scrape on the existing drive, so one would be to lower the approach, but the other is to reduce runoff because it does flood. On a heavy rain, it will overflow the, it will overflow the curb and spill into the sidewalk and the planting strip. So the view was doing this would allow us to save the cryptomeria tree without damaging the root structure by a head-on approach and grading that way. The other, obviously was to reduce the effect of runoff on a street that suffers from it greatly.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. All right, now if there are no other questions, we're going to close for deliberation. All right, commissioners, should we start out and work our way in? Why don't we start with some of the points that we have covered in 7.2. There are a number of guidelines, which we've referenced, that this addition violates. Any additional thoughts on this addition? I mean, because quite frankly, we can go through 7.2, 1, 2, 3, 6.
7.
7, yeah. I mean, it's pretty much running the 5, yeah. I'm sorry.
Information on replacement windows.
Yeah, right. So so we've covered additions. Why don't we move on to replacement windows and cite some guidelines for that? I think we should talk about replacement windows. I think we should talk about painted brick. What are, Jessica Hyman, thank you.
You could come back to me later if you want to finish sort of this inventory of guidelines. I think I just have a big picture comment.
Okay. So right now we're looking at we're looking at the run of additions, we're looking at replacement windows, we're looking at painted brick. I mean, Jim, what else would you throw in there?
I've got serious reservations as to whether or not this solution will result in the preservation of the existing cryptomeria in the front of the house. I'm not sure that paved.
Okay, so we have questions about the tree. And we don't have a protection plan for that. All right.
Phil had a good list with driveway.
Driveway, yeah. Jessica? Yeah. Jessica, I think we can, we'd love to hear what you have to say now.
Well, I was going to say that since this showed up on our agenda the first time, I've been furiously studying up on the SHPO training sessions I've been to and the federal guidelines and a lot of the National Park Service briefs on this topic. And I always think it's incredibly complicated to, separate myself often from things that I find incredibly beautiful versus things that I have to be bound by these guidelines, right? And so I do think there's a lot of there's a lot of really great information at the state and federal level that is very welcoming of contemporary additions to historic structures as a very sensitive way to celebrate the fabric of the history. And I think we've seen some of that in Charlotte, and there's certainly a lot of precedent to lean on for that. Separating myself from that, the driving issue for me in this application, and Commissioner Barth, I think, stated it really well. I don't remember how he stated it, but for me, it's the link between the addition and the historic house, and the perception that the edge of the historic house is readily recognizable, and that this addition could be removed in the future and the integrity of the historic house would remain, and what that connection looks like, which is addressed by the Secretary of Interior Standards number 10 and our addition guidelines 7.2 number 3. And I think there's a lot of precedent for how this is handled. We've seen many successful examples over time, how that link happens. Sometimes it's referred to as the hyphen. Sometimes it leans on this Chinese tradition of kintsugi, of the seam, the way a seam is handled. I can't remember exactly how Commissioner Barth articulated it, but I thought it was well articulated about how the contemporary addition touches the historic house. And then the other big challenge for me is the presentation of a garage mass that is close to the street. And I understand there's been a lot of thought put into it, but I just think that's something that the spirit and intent of our guidelines is to not present a garage mass close to the street. And that is what the carport mass is functionally doing from a massing perspective.
Chris, do you mind restating what you said earlier about the link between the historic house and the addition?
I'm not sure I recall it either. I may have blacked out, but to me, it's our guidelines speak heavily about additions and how we connect them to the buildings. And in my own personal opinion, I just feel like this addition is connected to the house in such a way which erases a lot of the existing house, namely the windows, the back portion of the house, some of the additions on the left and the right hand side. We're seeing pieces of wall and roof being removed from the historic structure. So I think and this may be a result of not having enough information to accurately interpret what the plans are doing. But I think just my intuition tells me that the addition is not a light touch, which is what we would want to see.
All right, thanks, Chris Barth. You stated that beautifully. So right now, I'm just keeping a running tab, and I'm sure you all are too. Right now, we're looking at 615 for materials, 8.2, number 5 for the driveway, additions 7.2, pretty much all of them. Replacement windows 4.14, numbers 1 and 3 at first glance. Trees, which is 8.5. We need to talk about painted brick. Jessica mentioned SHPO guidelines. That's 2.5. She specifically mentioned number 10. Krista?
When you were on 8.2, I think we just need to add the 8.6 to that.
8.6?
Number 6, sorry.
Okay.
8.2 number 6, about parking at the front.
Sure. Thank you, Krista. Okay. Chris?
I also wanted to mention there's a section in the Department of Interior Standards for under new exterior additions related to new construction. And I just wanted to point out the third paragraph in that, which might be helpful for the applicant. There's a line in there that says something about which I think the applicant has done, is provided a contrast and a juxtaposition between the historic and what's being added new and the timeline of the project. It does say something in there about, too stark of a contrast becoming a problem, or too closely, addition that's too closely aligned with the existing being a problem too. It's, I think it's sort of a balance there that may help in just reading that.
And that was 2.5. You said the third paragraph, Chris? No, but I just want to be able to.
Chris, were you citing a guideline, a document from the Secretary of the Interior Standards?
Yes.
Yeah, he was citing a National Park Service document that basically it spans upon each of the 10 standards.
What's in here?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I did not find the painted brick. I'm sure someone can find that, but it sounds like we have a motion. There are a number of guidelines we've cited. So who wants to take a stab at it?
Well, first off, do we think this is more of a continuation or more of a denial?
There are a lot of guideline violations on this one.
That's kind of where I was going, right? I mean,
I know we always like to give chances. But if you feel like it's irredeemable, as far as the guidelines go, not the design, but the guidelines, the design relative to the guidelines, then I'd say, yeah, it's more of a denial. Why don't we do a round robin on that? Jim, what do you think?
I'm leaning towards denial.
Okay. Phil?
I'm leaning toward denial as well.
Okay. Krista?
Also, yes, denial.
Jessica, Chris, PJ, you brought it up. Jessica, Chris?
This is Jessica. I'm leaning toward continuation.
Okay. Chris?
I would have said as well. I mean, there are most of this project is oriented towards the back of the property. I do have some issues with the carport and some things going on in the front, but not so much that it can't be, either omitted from the plan or slightly adjusted.
Okay. Yeah, and we haven't really talked about the back that much, and I do think that should this come back, that we should address that just because of its effect on neighboring properties. So, PJ, let me kick it back to you. Are you on board with continuing, or you think that we should just deny?
Well, I mean, my rationale for denying was really more towards it doesn't really adhere to guideline 7.2 for additions, and that's a pretty substantial. I mean, and that's a pretty substantial problem. That's why I was taking the denial angle. I mean, commissioners, if you feel, if we want to continue, then I just want to make sure that we include enough information for the applicant to come back with the tweaks they need, right? As specifically as possible.
Yeah. Okay.
And sorry, Kim, and one more thing to add to that, especially having a more modern or contemporary addition, is that, I mean, we really, regardless if it's denial or a continuance, we need to be very clear as to, is the applicant on the right track with this more modern and more contemporary addition, or are they not? But then again, does that also depend on visibility from the street, X, Y, and Z? There's so many factors.
Sure. Krista, before you jump in, Christy has something she wants to say.
I do. And I don't know if this helps the commission, but in the past, when faced with tough decisions like this, you've kind of split the difference and you've said, okay, we're not comfortable with the project. We are going to continue it and give you one chance. But if you don't come back with substantial redesign and you meet all these issues, you're looking at a denial next time, so that you're not setting them up for failure, and unrealistic expectations. That is a tactic you have used in the past. You have also outright denied things. So either are options, and just be sure whatever you do, you cite the guidelines very clearly to back up your motion. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that, Christy. That's very helpful. I would rather err on the side of giving someone another chance. There are parts of this application that we won't get into because same as another application we saw earlier, we're handling the big things first. So I'm just going to do a quick round robin to see where you all are now. Continuation or denial? PJ.
Continue.
Chris.
Continue.
Jessica.
Continue.
Krista.
Continue.
Phil.
Continue.
Jim.
I'm going to stick with denial.
Okay.
Because I'm in the minority.
And I'll say continue. So who feels like they've been taking good notes? We can all help and is ready to make a motion. Chris Barth.
I'm going to try.
You have the whole team working with you, Chris. So.
And I'm going to be as general as I don't want to get too specific because I think there's a lot that has to happen here. But, I'd like to move to continue this application and request that the applicant seriously consider section 7.2 of our guidelines, referencing 7.2 number 1, 2, 3, 6. I think I heard somebody say 5 as well. With reanalysis of the rear addition and its connection to the existing historic building, as well as this contemporary design and how it relates back to the historic district. I'd request that the applicant provide additional information as far as the tree protection plan, as well as a restudy, while not, the roundabout driveway to incorporate a linear driveway that does not disrupt that tree.
Did you have a guideline cited?
I do not.
8.2 number 5.
Okay, 8.2 number 5 for existing trees.
Did you say trees?
Yes, existing trees.
Okay, sorry, 8.5.
8.5, yes. I'd also like to reference additional materials supporting the removal of the existing steel windows on the historic structure.
The replacement windows guideline is 4.14, numbers 1 and 3. If you all see other points that apply, please jump in.
I'm sorry, which numbers were that?
4.14, numbers 1 and 3.
1 and 3. So with regard to the existing window replacement, the applicant should reference section 4.14, number 1 and 3. Do we have a section with regard to the painting of brick, new brick?
I'll look for that while you go on to the others.
Okay, I was going to say that's all I have for now.
Did we speak to the driveway and the garage, which are 8.2 numbers 5 and 6?
8.2 number 5 and 6. I did mention the driveway. Referencing section 8.2 number 5 and 6, we would want to see parking structures located towards the rear of the lot, as well as potential for front yard parking to be omitted and reanalyzed as through parking.
And I see the painted brick guideline, Chris, is 5.5, number 2, retain. Wait, no, sorry, number 3, leave unpainted masonry unpainted.
So are we requesting that they do not paint the new brick?
That would be a request for me. I think that they would have to, that's a guideline that's stated.
Okay. Additionally, we would request that the applicant review section 5.5 number 3 and maintain that all new brick is to be unpainted as per our guidelines.
Wouldn't that be unless it can be demonstrated that it was originally painted when the building was brand new?
They said they didn't have access to that information.
Somebody might.
Can we put that in as an amendment?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Amendment from Jim requests that the applicant provide any support material demonstrating that the house, the original house, was not painted previously. I'm sorry, was painted previously.
Originally, is what Jim said.
Originally, sorry. Anything else?
This is Jessica. Could I add a couple of application materials that we need?
Yes, please, Jessica. Chris, are you open to it?
I am.
I think we need an existing versus proposed site plan in the application to adequately understand the situation with trees. We need more existing condition photos. I feel like I've been depending really heavily on Polaris to understand this project, and the application just really needs more existing condition photos. We need the streetscape with the proposed shown. And documentation of the window condition. And while we are never allowed to require this, some sort of perspective or 3D image would be really instrumental in understanding the massing of this project, particularly the view of it from the downhill side of Linganore.
I will accept those.
This is Christy. I had one question. Y'all had mentioned materials a little earlier and talked about especially like the roof material. Is that something you're still concerned about?
We included that as 6.15.
It was in a discussion. It wasn't in Chris's continuance, I don't believe.
So Chris, let's make sure that you have 6.15 for materials included.
Okay, I'd like to add, applicant, please review section 6.15 as it regards to roof materials being used on the addition and being compatible with the existing structure and surroundings.
Thank you. PJ?
Yeah, Chris, before you start reading that back, just a couple of comments. Is there anything, commissioners, that we want to add to what Chris's motion about what we're not looking at, or any guidance as to, say, the style of the addition? I just want to make sure that
Yes.
clear as to what we're silent on and what we're not.
Right. So we haven't really talked about the rear addition. We haven't talked about, let me pull it up. We haven't gotten past the points that we've already discussed. So maybe, much like in the other application you did the motion for, Chris, if you can state that we have not delved into these because we're dealing with the larger issues.
You might want to add something about the accessory structures.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So we have not, if we go back to the first sheet of this proposal, we have not discussed the rear addition. We have not discussed the construction, well, of the pool house. Just all the things listed in the proposal that we have not discussed, I would add those to our motion.
Stating that we will review those once these other items are addressed.
Agreed, yes. Thanks, Chris. Thank you, PJ.
Okay, do I need to read this back to you guys?
I think we'd love that.
Oh,
Thanks.
goodness gracious. All right. And I don't know if somebody was taking notes better than I was. I did not anticipate so many
Chris,
friendly
you got
amendments.
this, man.
Oh, goodness.
Roll through it. We'll keep you honest.
Okay. All right. I move to, again, with feeling, I move to continue this application, provided that the applicant restudy the design elements of the addition, carport, and rear accessory structures as it pertains to section
7.2.
7.2 numbers.
1,
2, 3, 5, and 6. Would request that the applicant provide additional information should they propose to paint the new brick that shows evidence if the existing structurally was originally painted brick, following section 5.5, number 3. Let me get to this one. And I'm jumping around here, so I apologize. With regard to the driveway leading into the site, if the applicant could follow guideline 8.2, number 5 and 6, we would request that any potential for parking infrastructure be located towards the back of the site, as well as parking structures as in carports. We would additionally, let's see, 4.4. Sorry,
should we also include 8.2, number 3, retain historic driveways?
I'll take that as a friendly amendment. We would like to include 8.2, number 3, to maintain the existing historic driveway as it is located. With regards to materiality.
This is Jessica. I'd actually, I'm only speaking for myself. I would back off of that one. I do think that it is in our mission statement to address accessibility issues. And I think moving the driveway to the high side of this lot goes a really long way towards mediating an accessibility problem.
Our attorney, Thomas, wants to interject.
Jessica, the court reporter signaled to me that she was unable to hear your statement. So I want to make sure I make that note. Second of all, Madam Chair, I do also want to kind of note that the with the motion that we're making, we're continuously making additional modifications and additional modifications, which is going to get us back into a cycle of trying to repeat this all over again. At a certain point, we need to move forward with a motion outlining all that we would like to have addressed, or a simpler motion possibly could be what we don't think is an issue at this point and everything else is on the table motion. But I think at a certain point, if we start naming all of the items, it may be simpler for the commission to say, these items are not necessarily on the table, everything else is.
Yeah,
Do
we
you
want,
Do you guys want to let me give a shot at being more vague in this and just requesting a restudy?
this is what happens when we're nice and we don't deny. But yes, Chris, please.
All right, I'd like to continue this application requesting that the applicant restudy the addition as it applies to section 7.2, numbers 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6, the driveway to not include a roundabout, as well as the carport, as well as the accessory structures in the back of the property. I think that's section 8.2.
Number 6, or the driveway is number 5. The
Number
garage
5.
is,
Yes, number 5 and number 6, to provide additional information for painted brick on the original structure. 5.5, number 3, as well as some support material that may be useful for the commission to review in the next submission, an existing versus new site plan showing remaining versus added elements, existing photos of the original house, streetscape, documentation of the window condition for the steel windows being removed, as well as potential for 3D imaging showing massing, but not required.
sounds great, Chris.
We would also like to see a tree protection plan for the tree to remain.
Is that the sum of it, Chris?
That's all I have.
All right. Do we have someone who wants to second?
I'll second.
Okay, that was Krista. Motion made by Chris, seconded by Krista. Any discussion of the motion? PJ, do you want to discuss the motion, or did you just forget to put your hand down?
Forgot to put my hand down.
Okay. All right. So why don't we vote, PJ?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Jessica?
Yes.
Krista?
Yes.
Phil?
Yes.
Jim?
No.
Kim? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses, 1 no for continuation. Thank you so much. Thanks, Stan and Chris.
Is it possible to ask 2 quick questions? I just want to make sure
Why don't what we're going to do is have you have a conversation with Christy offline. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys. All right. We are, what is it, like 10 before 3 now? Okay. Okay. So why don't we move on to, what is it, window replacement? All right.
Excuse me, Commissioner Parati.
Yes.
I need to drop off.
I should have said that. Christy told me that. So
Okay, that's
thank
all right.
you. Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Let the record show that Commissioner Lineberger has left the building. And Commissioner Walker has returned. Welcome back, Jill. Okay. All right. The next item is 1511 Chestnut Avenue, and I believe we have the architect with us. Zach, are you with us?
I am. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Zach. Is it just you, or do you have anyone else joining you?
The homeowner Casey is online, but I'm not sure he's queued up to speak.
Okay. We're first things first. Have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay. Has Casey been sworn in?
Hi,
Hi, Casey. Have you been sworn in?
I don't think so.
Okay. We're gonna get you sworn in.
Casey, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so this next application is a very small project for the replacement of an existing double hung window on the right elevation with a smaller awning window. The reason it's before the commission is simply visibility and staff's inability to say yes. You can see here the house butts up against the alley as shown on slide 162, and the right side of the house is highly visible from Chestnut Avenue. So with that being said, Zach, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then you can explain the project.
Sure. Name Zach Alspencer, Alsentzer, and my address is 1821 Logie Avenue, Charlotte 28205. Not much more needs to be said. I think you introduced it very nicely. Our motivation here is it's twofold. One is the preservation of the house. The existing window is in a shower, and we think it's the original shower location. There's been long-term rot damage that's happened that's visible, and we've yet to uncover kind of how extensive it goes into the framing and into the walls and everything like that. So replacing this window with something higher up would get it out of the splashing of the shower head, and hopefully provide some extra longevity. So yeah, just the long-term preservation of the house. And then the second is health concerns. I mean, there's visible mold happening, and like I said, we don't know how extensive this is. So we want to get that remediated at least, and we're somewhat limited with the historic materials. We want to come back with a wood window, but doing a window of equal proportion that's tall, I think is just inviting these problems to happen again. So our proposal is to go with a higher window, kind of an awning window, and there's precedent actually on the house. On the rear elevation, there is a smaller window that kind of hints at, and Christy, I don't know what our limitations with zooming and everything is, but that second photograph,
Wow.
that second photograph kind of shows a smaller window in what's currently like a little utility room in the house. So we feel like there's precedent for a smaller proportion window, and we just want to bring that into this bathroom area to avoid further rot and to provide for the health and wellness of the occupants.
And this is slide 163.
And that's all I've got. Casey, I don't know if you have any small points you'd like to make, but I feel like the drawings sort of speak for themselves, and we're happy to answer questions.
Nope, you said it perfectly.
All right. Thanks, Zach and Casey. Do we have anyone on the phone wanting to speak for or against? We do not. Commissioners, any questions of the applicants? Okay. All right, PJ.
Yeah, hi. It's that question for you. Is that small window on the rear elevation that you're referencing as an example, is that an original window?
I don't know for sure. It certainly looks like it. I mean, it's old and beat up.
Okay. Right, thank you.
Yeah.
Jessica? We can't hear you, Jessica.
Thank you. Sorry. I don't know that this is a question so much as a comment for the commission, which is that this is an extremely common condition in these 6-room bungalows. We often have this window in the tub in the second room back, and there's often a great deal of damage, of water damage and structural damage in that room due to the age and the moisture. And I think the reality of it is that we have seen a lot of people take measures to correct this without a COA because we don't have a viable solution for it. So I commend the applicant for coming forward with this because I think it gives us an opportunity to be a part of a solution to a very common problem. And I think if we look at the simple building science, of the way, the mechanics of a shower work, getting the windowsill much higher resolves a lot of the problem. So we have the ability to preserve the integrity of the historic house, of the historic floor plan, to do a lot of the things that our mission statement asks us to do with this simple change.
I have a question. Maybe one of the architects or anyone really could speak to it. 4.14. Number 5 says if a window is not needed due to interior renovations, and I know this isn't really a renovation, it's a shower window, right? Is it, that there would be, that you'll retain the glass screen or shutter the backside so it appears from the outside to be in use? How does that fit in with this? Because I would imagine that, okay, you do what you need to do on the interior so that we can preserve the look of this window on the outside. But it sounds like this is a common problem and that is not the solution. So anyone care to educate me about why?
This is Jessica again. Can I weigh in on that?
Please, yeah.
I would say that this particular strategy, number 5, is one that I have employed on many, many, many projects. And I think when they are in spaces that are not actually physically inside the shower component, it is something that I can do successfully. But I can't do it with good building science when it is physically inside the shower space, because I still have way too many opportunities for water penetration inside the wall cavity. I don't know if that's an acceptable answer, and I would love for the other people who have encountered this in practice to weigh in on that, including the app.
Yeah, we've had a similar condition before, and it's just, it really amounted to, we put a shower curtain in front of the window. It's so sad, but that was kind of the solution, and I don't think it's elegant from the interior, and it's definitely not elegant from the exterior, because you just see like a, it's just like a drawn curtain in front of the window. So we lose a lot of function that way. I'd much rather preserve natural daylight coming in through clear glass and just raise it up. It's a tricky situation. I don't think there's a perfect answer.
Thank you. All right, any other questions before we close? All right, let's close for deliberation. Thoughts, commissioners? Jim, you leaned forward, so I'm going to shoot it over to you.
I was going to make a motion to approve.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Motion made by Jim Hayden, seconded by Jill Walker. Jessica, did you want to jump in here, or did you forget to take your hand down?
I forgot to take my hand down. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So any discussion of this motion?
Could I ask a favor as staff?
Sure.
Like, I feel like what Jessica had to say about this location and this treatment was super helpful to inform future decisions. So if we could incorporate that, the reason why we're doing this, especially in reference to what you brought up on our guidelines. I just really feel that would be helpful.
I agree. Jim, do you mind including that?
No,
Thanks, Jim.
he said.
What she said, what Christy said. Okay, let's vote on this, shall we? PJ,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Jessica,
Yes.
Jill,
Yes.
Phil,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Kim, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you so much, Zach and Casey.
Thanks, everybody. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too. So we are going to take a let's make it 7-minute break before we hear our last case, okay?
And I would like to note for the record that Commissioner Heineman has left the meeting. Thank you. Okay, we're back. And I believe we still have everyone with us except for Jessica and Krista, so that should give us quorum. We're going to move on to application number 7, 1332 Lafayette Avenue. It is for removing an existing carport enclosure and restoring the original carport to its original condition. The driveway is going to extend, and they're also going to add some decorative trellis features to the carport that were there originally as shown in historic photos. The reason staff can't approve this is because it's not a true restoration. A true restoration would involve removing this secondary addition to the carport, and so as such, it is here before the commission for review. There's been a rear addition approved by staff that meets all of the qualifications, no taller, no wider than the house, and it doesn't increase the heated square footage of more than 50%. It's all located, like I said, behind the house. Staff has also approved the reconstruction of this historic trellis off of the right side of the porch, as shown in these historic photos that I'm circling on slide 172. And that was approved because it was a true restoration. It is my understanding from some neighboring properties that work has already begun on the carport. I just want to be clear that staff has not approved any changes to removing the screen enclosure. I think there may have been a miscommunication. I would ask the commission that they treat this like we treat any other project, that as if the work has not been done. So you are evaluating it on whether this is appropriate project to do, and you just look at it as if this is the existing condition as shown in the bottom left-hand corner of slide 172, that this is what you're dealing with. Right now, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant and the architect. I don't believe the homeowners are with us, but are being represented by the architect today, Jessica Hinman. Jessica, have you been sworn in as I don't believe you've been sworn in. So Kim, if you would swear Jessica in.
Sure. All right, Jessica, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Jessica, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. Jessica Hindman, 720 East Tremont Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Thank you. And feel free to proceed and let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
Sure. Thank you, Christy. So the application is pretty straightforward. It is just this historic carport on the driveway side of the house. Christy, if you can go to 172. So you can see from the bottom left photo labeled 2020 on slide 172 that the historic bungalow here underwent a renovation. It was in the 1990s, over the back 4 rooms and over this historic, portico share. And in doing that, the 1990s renovation cut off the driveway at the front of the house and installed a series of concrete and stucco retaining walls right in front of this white car that you're seeing, and enclosed the portico share with screens. So today's application technically would fall under guideline 2.3 number 2. Those screens were installed in the 1990s, so they were not historic material. And our interpretation on site was these 30-year-old screens would fall under repair and maintenance, except we've decided we would like to request permission to restore the historic carport instead of repairing them. As Christy mentioned, a true restoration would have been an administrative review, but because of the 1990s edition, it's not a true restoration. And so if you can go to slide 173, Christy. You can see what we're asking to do is recreate the columns from the historic photos and recreate the trellis tails from the historic photos. The restoration of the porch on the right side here, as Christy had mentioned, has already been approved by staff because it's a true restoration, and the removal of the front-facing skylights has already been approved by staff because it's a true restoration. That is all of it. And if you can go back to 172, that should be the historic photos demonstrating exactly where we're getting the detailing. But you know, full transparency is really important to me. And in that regard, I would like to take this opportunity to address the fact that that work has begun. This project was, the HDC review was initiated for this project in 2019, actually. And in March 2020 was when we suggested that we might like to restore this historic condition. And it was clear to us at that time, we absolutely understood that that would be coming before the full commission because of the 1990s addition above it. But, you know, as we all know, we were not taking on new applications for full review in April, May, or June due to COVID. And even now we're catching up on the backlog of applications submitted during that time. And we submitted these drawings ages ago. We submitted them last summer. So the fact that the work has begun is not, it's not a violation. Christy and I talked about this extensively. It's not historic material. The contractor here is very conscientious and would never remove historic material without bringing the HDC in. But it falls under this repair and maintenance thing, and we will be happy to put back the 1990 screens if that is what the commission deems under 2.3 number 2, but our preference would be to restore the historic carport, and we believe that's really in the spirit and intent of the guidelines. But in good faith, there's a very large tree that you can see in these historic photos from the 90s. It's even bigger now on the right side of this site. And so our only access to the project is on the driveway side and through those 1990s screens. So the site access and mobilization wasn't something that, you know, could wait for 6 months. And, you know, under the North Carolina state statute, it was their right to use the house as a house. And so, so I really think it was in good faith, the removal and potential replacement of the 30-year-old screens that are not historic. And I would say it's not an after-the-fact application because it's not the removal of historic material. It's the repair and maintenance clause. And there are two other things that I really feel like I have to address, which is there have been a lot of neighbor suggestions of a problematic property survey on this lot, which is not true. Property surveys are based on accurate and precise data, known points in space. They're objective. The information on a real estate closing property survey is not the same as the information that's used to lay out foundations. We require field verification of everything before anything is built. The GC is really conscientious. The surveyor laid everything out, and it became clear that the house is not parallel to the side property line. We met with the homeowners, the GC, the HDC. We reduced the footprint of the addition. The homeowners were more than happy to do that. We did it out of an abundance of caution, and it was totally okay. There's nothing problematic there. And there's also been a lot of discussion amongst the neighbors about an unapproved pool being installed on this site. And I would like to go on record that the property owners have never discussed a pool with me. They've never discussed a pool with the GC or the landscape architect. There are no holes in the ground. There have been continuous inspections on this site through the whole process. The homeowners have been an open book, and I do not have the ability to prove a negative, but I would like it to be on the record that there is no swimming pool in this application.
Thank you so much, Jessica Heinman. All right. Do we have anyone on the line who wants to speak for or against? We do. Okay.
We do. We have, and I'm not sure, Melissa McGuire, are you with us? Are you on the phone? Or are you joining us via WebEx?
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, there's some feedback.
Melissa, did you call in on the telephone? Yeah. Melissa, perhaps try and mute your computer if you have called in on the phone.
I'll try.
Okay. Is your computer muted? Okay, I don't know.
Is this bad?
It is echoing.
I'm gonna try to call.
Try and call. Yes, let's do that. And we have another, while we wait for Melissa to try and call back, I think we have another caller.
Yes, I have a question, but I'm not sworn in.
Okay, we need to swear you in.
All right, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and we need you to state your name and your address for the record, please.
Peter Brooks, 5501 Robin Hood Road, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Welcome back, Mr. Brooks. Thanks so much. Please.
Thank you.
Share.
Is there a left side elevation? My question is, because I'm wondering, what is it that we're going to see when you take away the screened-in porch? Are all the windows and doors original that were inside of that porch?
Why don't we let the applicant speak to that? Jessica Heineman, did you hear Mr. Brooks's question?
Yeah, absolutely. I am happy to answer that. And I can let HDC staff weigh in on it too, if that's helpful, because they're very familiar with this project. This 1990s addition that occurred really left no original material on this project. I am sad to say. I mean, I've reviewed it with SHPO too. There's not much left that's original here. So there were no original windows or doors in that location. And what you're looking at is the small dining room addition that we've added. But the content of the application really involves removing all of those concrete and stucco retaining walls and continuing the driveway back where it would have been and reinstating the covered portico share area so that we can eliminate the front yard parking condition.
So that door is new?
Yes, there's no historic material there. There's a pair of 1990s French doors inside that screen porch.
1990s. So will that door be down at the driveway level or up at the floor level of the house?
The door that you're looking at is at the floor level of the house.
It just looks like it's dropped below the floor level.
There's a step in the threshold of the door that is allowable per code.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you, Peter. Any additional questions?
No.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Brooks. All right. Do we have Ms. McGuire?
Yeah, Melissa, I think you were able to join us via phone. Are you with us?
Yes, I am
Hi.
here.
Okay, great. Were you sworn in?
I was not.
Okay, that's our first step.
Hi, Melissa. Welcome back. If you will, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, perfect. And if, again, you'll state your name and address for the court reporter, that would be great. And we'll move on.
Okay, Melissa McGuire, 801 Berkeley Avenue. And my issue is really just process. It concerns me. You know, Mike, I've expressed my issue to the board before. I think having a commissioner bring a sponsor a project before the board is problematic. And in this case, when it appears that construction started before the application was approved, I think it makes people question the commission. And when I hear Ms. Hinman talk about why they did it, first of all, I mean, it sounds like you're saying two things that contradict one another. That they had to get access to the back, so they had to take the porch off, but they had to live in the house. Although I don't understand why that means they have to take the porch off. So anyway, that is my issue. That's all I have to say. And I appreciate your listening to me yet again.
Well, we do appreciate you adding your voice to the conversation. Jessica, is there anything that you would like to say to Ms. McGuire or any testimony?
Yeah, sure. No, I definitely want to be fully transparent about it. I'm sorry if that didn't come out quite right. The homeowners are not living in this house. They're renting out. They're across the street. They do own this house, though.
Okay. And I think Thomas, our attorney, wanted to jump in and make a statement too.
Thank you so much for the information. I just want to make sure I clarify for all intents and purposes that Ms. Hyman is not a commissioner at this time in regards to her presenting an application. She is acting in a private capacity and is not part of or considered a member of the Historic District Commission for the purposes of this application. She is officially have been removed from the meeting and is no longer a member of the Historic District Commission prior to this application being considered. This board will not be giving Ms. Hyman any additional consideration or any kind of preference due to her actual appointment to the Historic District Commission when she is on the commission. Being that she's acting in a private capacity, this board will treat Ms. Hyman just like any other applicant that is before the board in regards to any application, and will evaluate whether or not the application, not Ms. Hyman, has actually met the necessary protocols and procedures under the HDC guidelines for approval. I do understand, and I am very much aware of the concern that you have raised in regards to the appearance, but I can state unequivocally that in this moment, as well as anyone else who happens to be appointed to the Historic District Commission, that appearance is not improper in regards to them being on the commission and them being removed from the commission for any application that is then subsequently presented to the commission. As I have instructed the commission previously, as well as my counterparts from the city attorney's office, those individuals are not to be given any additional preference whatsoever due to their time on the commission, whether presently or previously as well. So I just want to make sure at least I clarify that for all intents and purposes, and to at least address the concerns that were raised, that the city attorney's office has looked at this issue in the past and has addressed this issue with the HDC Commission as well as the HDC staff.
Thank you, Thomas. And if I could just add something as the chairperson of this commission, and we brought this up before, but I think it bears repeating that a certain percentage of our commissioners have to be architects or builders. It's very important. If you've had the pleasure of sitting through any of these hearings, then you know that we rely heavily on our architects and our builders. Secondly, it's really important not just to have architects and builders, but to have people who understand our historic guidelines through and through. And, you know, I want to make sure that we're not penalizing the people who are so valuable to this commission because they have experience as architects or builders in these historic neighborhoods. It's very important that we have that kind of insight. We appreciate all voices being a part of this conversation because I think that I know we want to be transparent, and it's very important that you understand why we choose the people we choose and how valuable they are to this commission, including the neighbors. Okay, so do we have additional questions of the applicant? Anyone else online who wants to speak for or against this? Okay, commissioners, questions of the applicant, please. Commissioner Barth.
Yeah, in general, I'd like to say that, I think, converting this screen porch back to a carport or at least a pass-through makes sense. That we at least get the parking situation out of the front yard, which I think is important, as well as some rather unsightly site improvements that may have occurred back in the 90s. The one thing I do have a problem with, Jessica, maybe you can speak to this, is the overall design of the carport when it was just a trellis or a roof over the driveway. The columns, with regard to that design, it all kind of works together. Now, if you look at your elevations, I know you're trying to be sensitive to the historic past, but with the mass of the 1990s addition over this, I'm just a little worried that the columns may feel a little slender to holding up that mass above it. Can you speak to that, as well as reason for going back to the historic columns?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think that's really insightful feedback, and I am inclined to agree with you that our attempts to match the historic as closely as possible has a slender feel to it relative to that 1990s edition. My decision to go with the as close as possible to the historic was really just in the spirit and intent of the guidelines. I tend to agree that something a little bit more substantial might aesthetically feel better to me, but this is my closest possible representation of the photographic evidence that I have.
Okay, and the columns in the existing site conditions, they are not historic. Is that correct?
The ones on the front porch?
That's right, as
the
they
ones
exist.
on the screen porch. The ones
Yeah.
on the screen porch are not. The ones on the front porch, I believe, are, and they are existing to remain. We've not changed anything about those.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are those all your questions, Chris? Anyone else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Commissioners, anyone else have questions for Jessica? PJ?
Yeah, I've got one. So, first comment is I love in the application seeing remove non-historic and restore historic. That's great. So thank you. Well, one general comment I have is, so we're removing the screened-in porch and we're recreating the original carport. So are we really, just thinking about this application, is this application really recreating an original carport, or is it really creating an addition that's a carport with an addition on top?
No, I think you actually totally nailed it, because if it was a true restoration, it would have been administrative, and it's not a true restoration. It's what the guidelines would refer to as a design change, but in the spirit and intent of the guidelines, I'm looking at this as a reduction in a nonconformity, if that makes sense. I think we're taking the 1990s nonconformity and reducing the nonconformance of it.
Yeah, no, I mean, that absolutely makes sense. I'm just thinking about if someone else were to, if we were to have another application in the future that, someone wanted to, they didn't have a carport and they wanted to install a carport with an addition on top, is that something that the commission would, be favorable of, right? I mean, who really knows? Because that's really, while yes, I agree, we are reducing nonconformity, but are we creating something that, are we creating something that really doesn't adhere to the guidelines? It adheres, let's see, it adheres more than what it was? I don't know, just kind of thinking through it, that's all.
I 100% agree with what you're saying. There is absolutely no question that the 1990s additions to this house do not conform to our guidelines. They're an existing condition that we're dealing with, and these property owners went under contract with me before they purchased this house, but to be perfectly honest. And so, so this is the house they gave me to work with. It came with a lot of non-conforming conditions, and we have taken a variety of measures to reduce the non-conformance of those.
Thank you.
Thanks, PJ. Any other questions? Chris, do you have something you want to say, or is your hand inadvertently still up?
My hand was still up, sorry.
Okay, yes, Bill.
Yeah, just a very quick question. Is this indeed a pass-through porte-cochere? Because I drove by there and I saw a wall in the back. Just curious what that, is that being removed? Or is this not a pass-through?
It is not a complete pass-through. There is an addition on the back of the house. So it takes the driveway to car length behind the front face of the house, which is, I think, the loose rule of thumb we've used in the guidelines, but you are correct that it is not a complete pass-through. The lot is a wedge-shaped lot. And so we have the front two rooms exposed here on the side elevation, slide 175. But you're absolutely correct.
Thanks, Phil. Any other questions before we close? All right, let's close. So in the past, we have celebrated anytime someone wants to go back to a historic look for the home. And to PJ's point, you know, it's not completely back to the historic look due to the addition. However, we have no control over a 1990s addition, and I believe opening up this carport makes it fall more in line with our guidelines than it does now, or than it did with the existing elevation. Thoughts? PJ, you brought up that point, which was an astute
No,
one.
I mean,
Yeah.
no, I mean, and I absolutely agree, right? I was just kind of, as I started to think through it, right? I mean, we're not really, I mean, are we just looking at the carport? I mean, if we're just considering the carport and, you know, restoring that, absolutely. It's, you know, screened in porch, not conforming today, making it original. However, you've got another structure right on top of it. And I really think that has some bearing into, you know, into what we're approving.
Sure.
Or looking at.
Yeah.
I think that merits discussion, especially no matter what motion you would make, that the reasoning behind allowing or disallowing it and how it relates to that second level addition. I think you should be very clear with whatever direction you go.
No, I absolutely agree. And I'm all for reducing non-conformity as much as possible. And if it's something as, you know, simple, and if we all agree that says, listen, you know, restoring this carport back to the way it was, you know, 80 plus years ago, that's the right thing to do. And note to future applicants, you know, we're not approving, you know, we're not approving an addition on top of a carport in this application. We're approving restoring a carport, right? I mean, if that's the way we're going, I want to be clear that what we're approving and what we're not.
Yeah, I completely agree. We're restoring a carport, much like we've restored porches that have been enclosed. I think that the challenge is we can't say to the applicant, okay, now you have to get rid of that addition too. You know, that's grandfathered in. But we've made it more amenable to our guidelines by opening it up. That's what I think. What about you, Jim? What do you think?
I'm totally in agreement with that notion. My memory serves me correctly, we have approved second story additions onto porches, not necessarily drive-throughs, but onto porches on the side. I could make a pretty strong case that that's kind of similar. So I mean, I think we're fine. Restoring the drive-through, the carport is fine. Leaving the addition there, They're not asking for that to go away. They're asking for the carport to go, or the screen porch.
Chris Barth?
Yeah, the one thing I would say, just going back to my dilemma with the porch columns or the carport columns, is, I appreciate the applicant's desire to go back to the original columns. Although I just feel, had the proposal been to restore the carport, that would be justified. However, with the non-conforming 90s addition above, I just feel that the columns don't lend themselves to that design. So if I don't know whether the applicant would be opposed to proposing a more substantial structure to support the 90s addition. That would be my only comment.
That's really helpful, Chris Barth, because we're restoring it historically, but not completely, because it's not what it was. So we can definitely ask the applicant if they would be open to those changes. Jill Walker, what are your thoughts?
The logic of PJ would have completely escaped me, and in all honesty, it still kind of does to some degree, but that's more my problem than anybody's. I mean, it is there. Whether or not it would have been approved now is a different question, but it exists. So I don't look at it as if we are supposed to look at it as an addition or something new. It's the elimination of the space. Oh, and to Chris's point, I do think it might be worth considering the supports for that.
So are you saying that you think that opening up the carport is a good idea? We just need to adjust the columns. Is that what you're saying? I don't want to put words in your mouth, Jill.
That's, thank you much.
Okay. Phil. Oh, sorry, Jim.
I happen to agree with that comment and with Chris's assessment. It may be just graphics or visually or whatever, but when you look at the drawings and the columns on the front porch existing look heftier than the ones that are being proposed, and it would seem they ought to match the front porch. That's my.
I think she said that they did, no matter how.
Then it's a graphic thing.
Yeah. Phil.
Yeah, I agree completely with the comments on the structure, even though we are approving just the carport. Just given the fact that there's such a large structure above the carport, I think that some larger support structures would be appropriate for this. And look at the big picture. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Well, it sounds like we're in agreement about this project. So, Chris Barth.
Yeah. Again, I don't want to beat a dead horse. I would like to make the comparison that the columns on the front porch and what they're supporting, at least in my mind, should be viewed differently than what is being supported in the carport instance. The porch columns are supporting a lighter roof structure, whereas the carport is supporting a complete second floor above it. So, to make me feel comfortable, I would want to see something a little more substantial.
Chris Barth, why don't you take a shot at crafting a motion?
I would propose to continue, or I'd like to make a motion to continue this application, requesting that the applicant provide a study for the support structure on the existing carport. Can I do it? Let me ask a question if I can. Can we do this as a 2-segment, or do we need to do it all encompassing? Like, can we approve the removal of the existing screen as well as the site wall, and then request a continuance on the structure, or do we need to do it all as one?
Sure, you can separate it out. That would be fine. I think that would allow the project to continue to move forward.
Okay. Let me restate.
Hold on just a second.
Okay.
Cindy had a good point. The wall, staff approved the removal of this like weird stucco wall that was there because it was clearly a nonconformity in a new addition in the 90s. So you would be approving the removal of all of the screening, the trellis detail, and then you would be continuing for a study on the massing of the columns.
Okay. Am I good?
You're,
Okay.
yeah.
I would motion to approve removal of the non-historic screen structure to the carport area, as well as the trellis articulation around the base of the second floor addition. Do we need to vote on this one before I?
Yeah, why don't we do that? Anyone want to second it by Jim Hayden? Any discussion of the motion before we vote? All right, Chris Barth,
Yes.
Joe Walker, Joe Walker. We can't hear you, Jill.
So sorry. Yes.
Thank you. PJ Henningsen,
Yes.
Phil Goodwin,
Yes.
Jim Hayden,
Yes.
Kim Parati, yes. 3, 4, 5, 6. Motion passes 6-0. All right, next motion, Chris.
I would motion to continue the application in regards to its support structure for the second story addition over the porte cochere, and request that the applicant analyze options for this structure and how it can be related to the massing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Jim Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. PJ,
Yes.
Chris Barth,
Yes.
Jill Walker,
Yes.
Phil Goodwin,
Yes.
Jim Hayden,
Yes.
Kim Parati, yes. Motion to continue for columns passes 6-0. Thank you so much. We have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business we have to discuss? No? No. If no, this meeting is adjourned at 4 p.m. on the dot. Thank you so much for all the applicants who were patient and waited for this session, and for all of the commissioners who went above and beyond by agreeing to have this second meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll see you all on February 10th.
Thank you.